I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
I'm up a little bit earlier than normal. Hello. Up a little earlier than normal here because I had to feed the beast. The beast being the generator. And I had to top it off. Because the one thing I didn't want to happen was to run out of gas overnight. What if I couldn't restart it again? You know, that kind of philosophy. I told the kid, to top it off for me, but I'm not sure he did. So that's where I come in on all this. Keep the beast running. Now, Paul just did a show on Has the Philippines Lost Its Luster? Amongst a lot of downplaying the Philippines. I'm hearing a lot more of this. Is it that the Philippines has really changed that much? Okay, let me get some water here anyway before I start off here. Ooh. Don't want to make any tea because I may decide to go back to bed. Okay. There's a lot of reasons why people are downplaying the Philippines. First of all, keep something in mind here. And why they're doing that. Keep something in mind that there's a lot of people that couldn't successfully make their stay in the Philippines. So they leave. And that might be one reason why I'm going to down the Philippines. It's not the place to live, blah, 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 blah. That's some bad experiences. And believe me, if you've been following me, you know I've had some bad experiences. But mostly really having to do with social media. Duh, There are a lot of reasons why people are attacking the Philippines, but yet they live here. Of course, we have some regulars on here. You can go figure out who they are, and they're talking a lot of negativity about the Philippines. Yet they live here. And quite frankly, some people are bringing attention to themselves in a very negative way. Look what happened to Elliot, right? Okay, he's gone. He did a few stupid things. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, He's dead. Now, of course, you got the British guy. Hello, all you lovely people. That guy. I don't know when he's not criticizing the Philippines. He's brought a lot of attention to himself, and maybe he's getting some views out of this, but you have to ask yourself this question. Is it worth it? Especially him who lives toward the, Mindanao area, of all places. I think he's putting himself and or his family in jeopardy, certainly himself anyway. Now, Paul is just yapping his mouth and talking about the same shit he talked about last week or the week before. So he did a show. I haven't had a chance to even see it. I've seen the title. Something about, is the Philippines losing its luster? Well, here's the thing. A lot of people that move in and they complain. I mean, you had to have an idea about the Philippines before you moved here, right? You spent some time here most likely, and hopefully, the infrastructure sucks. Yeah, it does. Politics are pretty crazy out here. We know that. There's corruption out here. Of course there is. You know that, Philippines is not the cleanest place. You know that. But you moved out here. Or you still have an interest in moving out here. These are things you have to really take into mind before you decide to make the move out here and then start bitching about the Philippines. I'm happy with it, and I'm well aware because I have visited. First of all, I visited the Philippines several times before I ever moved out here. I made my own initial conclusions about the Philippines, or my own assessment, probably a better word. I made my own assessment about it. And I know the conditions. I mean, just recently to get my generator fixed, I had to go into a very, very poor neighborhood. Yeah, Santa Fe has all these little, I don't know, for better description, call them caddy shacks, makeshift structures that people are living in right here in Santa Fe. Santa Fe is not home of the elite, far from, and it was practically in a jungle, and all these houses that were less than, they were horribly substandard housing. But this is the way people live out here. Not everybody has money to live in a nice house. I mean, I was fortunate. I have a nice house, but, it took me selling a house I already owned in another country, in America, in part, to have the money to buy a house out here. I was very fortunate for that. I had an investment that paid off. Okay, that helps. Okay. But then you're going to get this group of people on here who, maybe just for the sake of creating a show, and because they've run out of material probably years ago, are coming up with all this negative shit about the Philippines. I'm well aware of the conditions. I still scratch my head, of course, saying, man, how do people live this way? Well, it's because they have to. They don't have a choice about it. Even if they work, there's, you know what the pay scale is out here, right? You're not making much money. I made this one guy's day 400 pesos who fixed my generator. That's, a low average day salary, and whoever else's machines and whatever he worked on too. So if they have a talent or a trade, they utilize. And it's very interesting about that too. They do things differently out here, and they approach things differently, like mechanically and otherwise. You'd probably say, shit, they don't do that in America. They're very creative in how they will fix something and how they go about it, even makeshift tools to get something done. As I said, it's different in the Philippines, and people are going to do different things different ways, but there's been like a whole slew, it's building up of negativity about the Philippines. The Philippines is having a hard time right now, that's for sure. Tourism is, yes, you'd be right to say that. Tourism is definitely down here, for what I see. Lots of reasons, The storms, the earthquakes, and everything that's going on is making people say, no, I'm not going to come back and get stuck in that. Of course, they're seeing all the footage of the major flooding going on, and that's significant. Oh, I don't want to be caught up in that and be washed away by some river, come out here for vacation or whatever, and, next thing you know, there's a storm, then there's another storm coming in. Behind that, prior to that, there were earthquakes, there was another storm. Well, you can understand how people think. Hi, expat. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I'm up extra early because I had to get up and top off the tank, the generator, with some gasoline. I didn't want it to go off. Yeah, I've spent quite a bit on gasoline these past 3 days. No, that's just he's still not on here, and it's politics and all that. Grease the wheel, get things done. Like somebody out here, a neighbor out here who's got plenty of buckaroonies, wants to try to get the engineers to come here and, put this particular barangay at the top of the list rather than the bottom of the list. So today would be the fourth day. The great thing was that, downtown Santa Fe, they had their power. So the bank eventually got their machine working. I was able to access it about 3:30 yesterday. There was a line of about 15 people. Yeah, that's part of the inconveniences. Nothing happens fast out here. You got to understand that. You already know that. But getting back to, and I haven't even seen Paul's show. He's doing another show. Has the Philippines lost its luster? Well, the Philippines has always been behind compared to other countries in its infrastructure, getting things done. I mean, you already know that. Before you moved here, if you did move here, you already knew that. Then you got the other people I talk about that, would like to live out here, and financially or some other reason they can't live out here yet, or they didn't hit retirement age yet, or they want to work a little longer. Everybody has their reason, but they watch all these videos, and and most of the videos are positive. People doing their thing out here, going to the mountains, going to the beaches, all that stuff, that you see all the time on here. They want to be part of it, but they can't for one reason or another. They're not ready to come out here to the Philippines, can't afford it yet, or some other things are holding them back yet. So they're kind of living their life vicariously through other people's videos that they follow. Example, 8 Miles from Home. I mean, very successful channel, just to name one. And, the life on an island is so idyllic. The guy's living with a British couple. He's living with his wife and his young daughter, and now he's got a new baby, very family-oriented. He talks about the storms and how they survived this and how creative he is. Very good show, very good channel, very well done. The guy has talent. He has sponsors. I mean, the guy's making money left hand and right. Well, not everybody could do as well as 8 Miles from Home can do. Not everybody can. It's a fluke when a channel just, takes off. You remember Tim K, no longer on, but his channel got to a point of success beyond belief. People basically bought him his Toyota FJ Cruiser, worth a lot of money. Yeah, basically his viewers were giving him money left and right. He was doing some sponsorship for Christian Cupid, whatever it was. They bought him it. And they moved out of the Philippines, and he sold it, made a lot of money. Your money, whoever donated to him. People know how to play the system on here. And they play it very well, some of them. And they're doing very well financially as a result of that. Not all channels take off. Mine never did, But you have to be willing to sell your soul. You got to be willing to create 125% drama. You have to be willing to get popular guests on your show. You have to be willing to put a woman on a show. Everybody has their technique of how they, but it's like you really want to sell your soul to the devil to do this. Then, of course, there's clickbait and everything else. They got the formula down. They got it down real well. They know what they're doing. It's all about the money, my friends. It's all about the money, isn't it always? But if you're going to be monetized, you might as well make money, I guess. What's wrong with making more money with a economy that's tanking? Inflation is going effing crazy. See, let me explain. I don't hold it against these people making money on here. If you can, why the hell not? Okay, if your channel is capable of earning money, you're monetized, blah, 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 you got some shtick, to get your audience to come to you, whether it's drama or the whole family scene with the dog and everything else, and mom's apple pie, which, appeals to a big audience of family-oriented people, that kind of stuff. And it becomes a soap opera, and people start tuning in. They don't want to miss anything about the buy. They don't want to miss anything about the adventures and misadventures. They come in by the droves, and they donate. And these people are getting rich from it. Well, if you got a good thing going, why stop, right? I don't blame them. If you can make money on here, and anybody and everybody could use more money, if you can do it, bless your soul. Not everybody can do that. I can't, I know I can't. I'm lucky I'm even still on again, but nevertheless, being monetized and making big buckaroonies. I just don't see that happening with my channel. A little dark in the room, or else I'd have the camera on, but it's still dark out. It's still early here, obviously, if you're not in the Philippines. It's worthwhile getting on camera. So, more and more now, everybody's downplaying the Philippines, and it's a lot of people that were not successful in getting here, really. It's a lot of people who can't afford to live here. Well, they haven't saved up yet, or retirement day or the pension, it hasn't come yet, They're not financially ready to make the big move. And it's a big move. You go into a totally different country with a different culture, and only the strong survive. Even on YouTube, we have this one guy who's extremely hyperactive. I don't know what the hell, he's just signing off YouTube now. He's only been on about a month and he's given up his show. That would be the Tropical Martini guy. Which is okay, because the guy was absolutely irritating anyway. It was very hard to listen to him because he would interrupt people so much. He was so hyper when he talked that you couldn't hold a conversation with him if you met him. And he couldn't get the information out and deliver it to the people on the show because, and by the way, let me make this point. He's right in mid-sentence of trying to tell you about something else. He interrupts his train of thought. I've done that, not to that degree. Interrupts his train of thought. He's talking about something else. He went too strong, too fast in the month that he's been here. And he had a lot of unwelcome comments on his show. Your show's either going to make it or not. There's either something about your personality that people are drawn to, or otherwise. Not everybody can make it on YouTube or whatever platform. He couldn't. I don't know. I think he sold the farm. I don't know what he did to come out here. Excuse me. I don't know. I just don't see this guy, unless he's forcibly going to have to, because he sold the farm and everything else in America. See, a lot of these people burn their bridges as to why they came out here. But in a sense, we all have. Because we decided that, it's inclusive of myself especially, I had nothing really going on for me. The last place I lived would happen to be Hawaii, USA, and I really didn't. I reached that point. What am I doing here? I can't be a nurse to my brother, because that would be depriving me of my life. I could still help him abroad, send him money when he needs it, car breaks down or whatever happens. I've done all that. But you can't be nurse to somebody and put your life on hold, especially when somebody, in this case my brother, had actually caused all the problems he had health-wise. And there were a lot, all serious. So what choices do you make? Do you remain, or do you live in the most beautiful place ever? Hawaii? People give their hind teeth to live in Hawaii. Well, I lived there long enough, 14, 15 years. I got my fill of Hawaii. I've seen the beauty, I've seen the dangers. I lived with the locals. I mean, I've seen it all, heard it all, mostly. Experienced the intense beauty of Hawaii. But sometimes it's time to move on. And women-wise, of course, that was another factor too. I wasn't loaded with women in Hawaii, not many at all. Just didn't mesh into the culture with these women out there. So what am I going to do, be lonely the rest of my life? Then I decided to get involved in looking up things about the Philippines, because I did have a girlfriend out there for 3 years who happened to be Filipino-American. That didn't work out. I said, I don't want anything to do with Filipinos or the Philippines. Well, look at me now. Was it 9 years living out here or something? Maybe 10 in February, I think. And I'm with a Filipino all this time. Even got a house. Like, what the fuck? Did I miss something? How the hell did I wind up here? Well, here I am. Okay. Sometimes you have to leave where you are if you want to continue your life and you want to try to find happiness. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not doing anything wrong. You're looking out for yourself when nobody else is going to. You're looking out for yourself. Nothing wrong with that at all. Don't punish yourself and say, I made a mistake moving to the Philippines or whatever. Embrace it is the best thing I could tell you. It is true, the people are very likable people. Like anywhere else, don't piss them off, but staying away from the negative, there's a lot of positive out here, man. Even if I had to leave the Philippines for whatever reason, legal grounds or whatever, I'm not going to down the Philippines because of that. Oh, I got a dry throat. I'm not going to do that. I like the Philippines. It's different. But you create your own life out here. How comfortable you're going to be, whether you can afford an air conditioner or just a fan, or how much money you have for food, or how many people you've actually gotten to know. Now, I'm fortunate because I have a girlfriend who not only is wonderful, but she makes friends very easily. They all like her. There's nothing about her that they don't like. Okay? And I meet people through her. They all know me through her. No, I tell you, truthfully, I don't hang around with expats. There's a couple of them that I like but don't hang around with. I got a neighbor right next door here I'm very friendly with. In fact, he's the one I got an extension cord to his house so he could have some kind of electricity through this crap going on here where, we got no power here in this particular little city dad or barangay I live in. That's what you do. Neighbors help neighbors. That's what you do. Neighbors help neighbors. And he appreciates it. You want to give me money for electricity? I said, no. That's what a neighbor's for. I don't want no money for electricity. Hook up whatever you want to hook up that line to. Just go for it. Whatever, fan, the kids' tablets so she could play on a tablet and whatever, He still doesn't have internet, though, of course, and this has been driving people crazy, because it did us, because we didn't have internet. I couldn't watch TV as a result of that. I had no power. It was hot in here. It was murder, I tell you, murder. You get spoiled, man. But the Philippines does lack a lot, okay? Let's just be honest. It's not for everybody. I understand that. You come here, you give it a shot, okay? And, stay a while. Take off your shoes, relax, and stay a while. Explore. But it's very important. It's very important to go to the poor neighborhoods, know these people, see how they're living. It then allows you to appreciate what you have. But they've been living like this, a lot of them, all their lives. They're always happy. You hear people talk about that. Filipinos are happy people. They are. I see how they're living. I said, oh my God, I'll say under my breath unto myself, my God, I just couldn't live like this. But if you had to, you would. You may not like it, but they've been living like this all their lives. There's a certain percentage of people that they're living in makeshift structures with a roof on them and just crap in front of the house, all kinds of animals running around, even in and out of the house, stray dogs everywhere, they're all scratching, they all got mange. You see that on the streets a lot, it's horrible. It's part of the makeup of the Philippines, man. I never said the Philippines was perfect. I'm going to tell you right now, Jack, it ain't perfect. I'm sure there are better places to live. But, this is my home for as long as it will be my home. It's my home. And it's going to continue till the day I die, unless otherwise something happens. But that's just, it is what it is. I like it here. I'm comfortable in my own little niche. Hold on, I gotta grab something here. Even the missus is up here. She's watching things on her phone because she gets up early too. Right, baby doll? Did you get enough sleep?
Yeah.
That's right, because you went to bed early. What you looking at? Korean? Is that Korean? They got captions on there for English? They love the... I don't know what it is, man. I'm surprised the Filipinos don't move to Korea. They love the Koreans, man. Everything, Korean drama. That I never understood. I didn't understand it because there's enough drama right here. Why do you have to listen to Korean drama shows? But hey, that's what they do. Oh yeah, they love gossip out here like anywhere else. But it's pretty intense out here. And it's like, you say to yourself, isn't your life full of drama already? And you want to go listen to drama from Korean material on there? And there's plenty of that. Plenty of Korean drama. They watch videos and different TV shows. Korean, 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 Korean. I don't understand it. But that's what they do. So you have to really accept the culture out here. Or leave. And you got that choice. If you can leave, then you got to decide, okay, I'll take your advice. I'll leave because I'm finding too many problems out here. Then you got to decide, well, where am I going to go? It's any better than the Philippines. I'm sitting on this nice little swivel tropical chair in front of my house. Oh, listening to the generator. Sweet sound, by the way, sweet sound of the generator. On a very cool early morning. In fact, I'm having a smoke, my friends. I'm just relaxing. Got a great woman relaxing on the bed, watching her drama there. And I'm really happy with her, man. Try being happy for somebody, is what I'm saying. Stop criticizing people all the time, folks, really. Is it possible you could be happy for somebody else that's happy? Despite all the bullshit going on, I'm relatively still happy. Because I choose to be. You got to live in the reality, because no matter where you go, there you are. And if you have anything to deal with, you got to deal with it. That's what you do. You deal with it. Life goes on. And you make it go on. Because you have to. What choice do you have? What, commit suicide? Are you that unhappy? And we hear that a lot. All these TikTok stars, they call them stars. What, they're a star because they're on TikTok? Look, not everything, a lot of these trolls, look what's happening. All right, I don't want to really emphasize the thing about this karma shit, but what's not shit, actually? The very people I know that historically have attacked me are dead or dying. You know? There's a TikTok star out there that you don't hear him come on too much, but he hates my fucking guts. But current information says that this guy is bent over, walking with a cane now. This guy used to attack me left and right. Another guy passed away. Another guy passed away. Another guy passed away that used to attack me all the time. Another guy's in fucking jail for almost 3 fucking years. Don't tell me there ain't no fucking karma. Sorry, I don't want to hear it. Shit happens. You think you're ahead of the game. You think you go around attacking people left and right and get away with it. It doesn't work that way, man. As proof of the pudding. I'm not going to go through all the names in the past few years, people who have either gotten off YouTube or passed away. And these were very vicious people. Very vicious people. Did they get what they deserve? Well, you know, I'm going to tell you something. I may not like it, this and that, but I'm not going to wish death on you and mean it, you know. However, sometimes you have to pay the price of your crime. Hello, MLSO. Every man has a story, died a few months. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of all that. Of course. Goes on. There's Ed Lippett. Every man has a story. There's Michael Fazio. Okay? Let's see. I don't got the whole list in my mind. It's too early. Not everything turns out. We got Mike. Very irritating Mike. What's the name of his show again? Mike's Philippines Retirement. He's got some heart things going on. You know, we got Kevin who, well, he just had knee surgery. Kevin is not in good shape. We got Ricky. Let's be honest about this. Why hide it? They got their karma, Frank, expat forever says. I believe they did. We got Ricky. Terribly over his weight. Has high blood pressure and other problems. Sleep apnea on top of that. Possibly has diabetes. Ricky doesn't have that long if he keeps on the same track he's keeping on. Look at Nico. Nico's on medicine. Nico is on hyperdrive, first of all, but Nico likes to drink. Nico don't eat the right foods all the time. I've seen what he eats. All these people are on, like, you know, on a list of possibilities of not maybe living a long life that they could have if they didn't just, you know, change a few things in their life. Yeah, I know about it. Yeah, I know Ace Bachelor cool. What about him? Yeah. Well, he got off, didn't he? Or what was the story with him? Not everything is what you want out here, man. Not everything works the way you would like it. If I can make some changes, I would make some changes, considering a lot of crap that's going on here. You know, I would. And there's some things I wouldn't change at all. I mean, I'm always going to stick up for my partner. Thick or thin, I'm there for her. She's there for me. You know, I would take legal matters in my hands if someone was attacking her, and one guy is in jail because he was attacking me and attacking her, really. Let's not forget, let's not forget Roberto. Okay, Roberto. I don't think things are happening too great for him. I don't know the full story, to be quite honest. I can make up a story, but I don't want to do that on here. He had some kind of Alzheimer's or something. Definitely something was going on, because there'd be nothing stopping him from coming on just to attack me. Nothing in the world would stop this guy. He has bigger problems. Now, some people on here that were close to Roberto know what's going on with him, but they don't want me or anybody else to get satisfaction from knowing. That's why they don't talk about it. So I don't think Roberto is in great shape. We got Popeye, that I don't think he's in the best of health, quite frankly. All these people becoming YouTube history. Some people make fun of my age, when they're not far from my age, by the way, just to mention that. Roberto, I don't know, some kind of Alzheimer's or something is what I heard. I heard that maybe his brother had that. Maybe even passed away, I'm not sure. So I'm not going to state that as fact about his brother, but he had a little taco business, whatever he sold. He had food stands. He was trying to enterprise. He had to eliminate that if his health couldn't take it, supposedly. Look, I can speculate till the cows come home, but I cannot give you solid information, so I'm not going to give you and pretend that I know exactly. But no, there is something actually that's been going on with Roberto. I believe that 100%. Because he'd be on attacking me left and right. And for him not to be interjecting in there somewhere, even on the comment section somewhere, then you know something's wrong. Because I know this guy well enough to know that nothing stopped this guy when it comes to attacking people. Expat Forever says, Popeye is a drunk. He won't last long. Lucky if he makes it to 70. I don't know, what is he? 68, 69 or something? 69? I think maybe 69. Yeah. And I think there might be some validity to the point that he's on a mobility scooter, so if that's the case, that he's got some issues going on too. They all got issues, but they're really quick to try to point out fault with somebody else. Oh, they're real quick on that until something happens to them. As I always say, is be careful what you wish for, you know. Might come back in spades on you. And we've seen it happen, right? All I know is I'm 71 years old. It is what it is, man. I'm trying to make the best of it and just go on with my life. Sometimes there's some roadblocks out there that you got to take the heavy equipment out, and you got to clear these roadblocks, which is exactly what I'm doing. Somebody out there always wants to make your life. And look at Brevis. Brevis, I can't say anything about his health, but Brevis is a little devil. Brevis has been behind a whole lot of shit out here. He hates my guts because I rejected his friendship. That's all it was about. He came over here unannounced. If you don't know the story, he came over here unannounced. I pretty much made an assessment of his character. I didn't like him. He wanted to take me and Guild out to dinner. I refused. I came up with an excuse. And he attacked me. He was even responsible for what they call Ricegate. I'm sure it was him. He did a horrible thing that didn't hurt us, but it hurt other people. He went on one of the forums over here, and said that we were giving out rice and money. There were numerous people at different times that showed up. Some of them came from adjoining islands, believe it or not. That was wrong because it hurt the people. It didn't hurt me. We had to have police come over, talk to us about this. We had a newspaper thing that came over to talk about. You wouldn't believe it. Then they realized it was a prank from somebody from YouTube. People weren't upset with us because at large the community knows us. But there were people that came from other barangays, even from other nearby islands, to come here to get free rice and money. That was evil. That was uncalled for. That was totally uncalled for. Because people don't like to be rejected. And it varies among the individuals how they react to rejection, but some people can't take rejection. So they do some really stupid things to people that can hurt people unnecessarily. Look, I'm the one that makes the assessment on who I want to be friendly with. And I generally, as a rule, don't go hang out with YouTubers. I'll talk to y'all, but YouTubers, or shall I just be more broad and say not just YouTubers, but expats in general, I don't advise it. Expats are more of your concern for having problems than any problems that you think you might have with Filipinos out here. Absolutely. There's no question about it. Well, I could put the camera, I could show. Well, it's getting light out now. Oh, I didn't read the comment, Mr. Loser. I'm going to laugh, Frank, when you're the last man standing out of all those losers who bashed you. Yeah, it could happen. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm surprised no adware attacked me. What happened? I don't know. Expat Forever says there are some good expat. There are. I'm sure there has to be. They can't all be bad. There's a new guy on who's pretty cool. My old age, I can't remember the names all the time unless I watch it, but there's a newbie out there. This guy's been on for a while, but he's a really cool guy. Nothing bad to say. Don't look at a bat in the sky. There's a bat flying around. I just don't remember the name of it. It's the tip of my tongue, but I can't really remember it. He's a really cool guy. No, there's some good people out there, man. See, I'm not going to make a blanket statement and say they're all fucked up, all the expats are fucked up, because they're not all fucked up. A lot of them had a dream to come out here, and they made it real, okay? They made it real, and they came out here. And they're either doing good or bad, according to how they planned. Some people can't handle it. Just face the reality. There's going to be long lines. Bureaucracy is king out here. Politics is king out here. Infrastructure, lack of, is king out here. It is what it is. It's either you could handle it or how thick or thin skin you are too with other incidents. I mean, you have to make the best of it. Expat Forever says most of the trolls in our genre don't even live in the Philippines. That's true. That's a good point. It's a very good point. It's because they're living their life vicariously through people like myself and others that are actually here, actually living in the Philippines, not an armchair, sitting in their armchair and pretending that they do and getting involved with everybody's business. And then there's people who have reasons to leave the Philippines and they go into another country. There's always a reason behind that. And these are people, and no names mentioned, that love the Philippines because of some interpersonal things going on, and it might be financially, not that they don't have the money, they're just afraid of losing the money to another loved one who they had problems with. They left the Philippines that they basically called home and went to a neighboring Southeast Asian country. Expat Forever says, cash is king out here. Yeah, it is, isn't it? You know, we get by and all that shit. I never said we were wealthy out here. We get by. We always manage even in hard times. And we have a few times. Hey, I've experienced some of the bugaboos out here that a lot of people have. We were taken for money. Shit, we have a woman, shall I say, owes us with interest about 2.5 million pesos. 2.5 million pesos. You think that didn't hurt us a little bit? Of course it did. Of course it did. Now what? We have to get involved in a civil case now. Well, that's my girlfriend's thing, really, because she dealt with the woman. But we're still feeling that out. There are other people that have cases against her. But these people got to live with themselves too. The word gets in town, nobody trusts her. She'll never be able to do business again, investing with anybody in this town. All she's got is a little store, lets her get by every month. She's got a husband that works overseas. That's how they're getting by. She's not even actually faithful to him while he's away overseas. She was fucking a bank manager. I'm not shit. I don't make this shit up. Oh, I took a big hit, man. Killer. Could you imagine being Popeye? LOL, yeah. That's a big hit. That's a lot of money out here. Oh, hell yeah. Then all this legal shit, paying lawyers and shit like that. You think it didn't take its toll on me? Of course it did. Of course it did. I'd be lying through my teeth, and I do have teeth. Of course it did. Unnecessary shit, but I felt it was necessary. I mean, I'm willing to go the distance just to prove a point and to remedy something. And I did. Yeah, 2.5. Well, it's 0.5 because there's interest. Let's just call it, for actually cash owed, let's call it 2 million. The $500,000 is basically interest. Oh yeah, we got hit pretty bad. Am I happy about it? I'm not happy about it. In fact, I'm livid about it with this woman. And it was just not us. There were other people too. But to be honest, initially, well, my girlfriend did. Because actually, it was going real good. It was going real good. And I was making, oh my goodness, I was making like another $1,500 a month, not pesos, bucks, and living a lot better. Oh yeah. Then I decided to do a second investment with her because it was going so well. And that was my mistake. My mistake. Then what happened was people who owed her money were not paying her. They were not paying her. So she didn't have the money to give back in investment monthly. It started off at 10%, and that's unheard of. Great money. Then it went to 5%. No, what did it go to? Initially, it was like a sweetheart deal of 20%, unheard of. Went to 10, something like that. So that was an extra 1,500 smackaronis we were making on top of my pension. No, I wasn't doing 5, 6. No, she had certain investments that we got involved with. It wasn't an Indian thing. Well, you call it what you want, but no, it wasn't an Indian thing. Although she owed some Indians money too. I don't know who she didn't owe money with. She was taking people's investments and she was buying a car, making payments on it. She bought a piece of land over here, making payments on it. She put money on a pre-sale of a condo in IT Park. Oh yeah, she was, well, that's what investment is. Okay, well, let's be honest about it. Okay, you use other people's money to buy other things, so it's not coming out of your pocket. Okay, she's still making money, but the investors are making money from the interest. But when things go sour, which it did for her, okay, then there's a lot of people that weren't paying her. Okay, that's what started it off. That's what started it off. Well, I don't know what you want to call it exactly. But we weren't dealing with an Indian. No, we wouldn't deal with an Indian. We were dealing with this woman directly. At times, she did deal with Indians to try to get herself out of the situation. She even screwed up some Indians. You don't want to do that. I know one of them. He's a big, tall guy. He's ominous looking. He was not happy with her. She's made a lot of enemies. Let's put it that way. That's her payment. It's not over yet. It's according to what my girlfriend wants to do. If she wants to continue this, she wants to pay a $25,000 court fee to get it going, and continue paying a lawyer. You know, that's up to her. I'm not sure where we stand with this at this moment. We may write it off as a lesson learned or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens with this. It's not over. And there's no limitation on when you could continue with court. You see, what happened was we tried to get her on estafa, but what happened with that is that interest made the difference or something. If we didn't include the interest in the estafa thing, it could have continued as estafa, but for some reason they couldn't do it at 2.5, so it had to become a civil case. Well, I told her we may have to cut our losses, but, you know, quite a loss. That's emergency money and that's hospital money and it's all kinds of shit, you know. Oh yeah, quite a lot. We've learned. I mean, I tell you what, I've gone through some downfalls out here, whether it's on YouTube and all the trolls, dealing with that piece of shit that's in jail, dealing with a lot of other pieces of shit on here. It's not been a bed of roses. But I happen to be a strong enough person who could handle this stuff. I'm sitting here just relaxed. I'll show you my chair that I'm sitting on a cool morning. There you go. The idyllic life. That's a huge loss. And I'm the kind of person, quite honestly, that who wants to see justice. Well, there's no time limit on when we can do this, so we're gonna, she's still gonna pursue it. Go back to my very comfortable tropical chair in the tropics. You can look at these lovely clouds. There's supposed to be something heading in, I think, even this weekend, right? I don't think it's going to hit the Versailles as bad, except we might get a shitload of rain and a little bit of wind, but one thing happening after the other. But look, I kind of weigh things like, here's the way I weigh things. It's like this. I'm looking at all these unfortunate people that are in worse shape than we'll ever be in. No, we're not broke. Let's put it that way. But I see my life, and I see what a lot of people are going through out here. They're really having hard times, the Filipinos out here, not all of them, but quite a lot of them. I see what they're living in. I don't make judgment on how they live at all. The thing about the Filipinos, which is so wonderful, they still smile. They still listen to music, karaoke. They're basically, you heard it before, right? They're basically very happy people. Come on, thumbs up, folks. They're basically very happy people. No, we're not broke, okay. But I have a whole lot less than I used to have between legal shit and between not getting our money returned. It's our fault, though, too. We could have backed at it as we could have got our complete... Don't get me wrong. We actually made about 50% back on interest, actually. I'm not saying it was a total loss, because over time, in interest, we made back about half of our money. Seriously, it's the other half. But as a whole, about a couple of million. And the way it works is that at any time, you can get your whole investment back. And she would have. But see, she had some problems too when people weren't paying. There was a woman who committed suicide over her. She was so overwhelmed with borrowing from Peter to pay Paul and owed her money, a lot of money. The stress got to her and she committed suicide. I'm not kidding. And this woman, she continues to operate this little store over here in town, not far from me actually. Business as usual. She fucked over a lot of people. She's going on with her life like nothing ever happened. Like nothing ever happened. My girlfriend has a friend that still has a case against her right now. She's still waiting for the paperwork for a court date. Money can go fast in PH if you are careless, absolutely. Yeah. You see the foreigners coming, oh, we're killing it, we're killing it. What are they killing? Come on, you come over here, either on vacation or to live, and you're going to hang out in a bar with a bunch of seedy people in a seedy bar. Come on, man. You might as well stayed where you were. But it's going to get harder and harder for people out here anyway, even for expats. And sometimes you have to get creative. Why do you think these people who seem to claim that they're so financially stable, but the truth is, they came out here with their pension, that was it. They put together a YouTube show to make some money, and they're making ends meet from having monetized shows. That's how they're sliding by. That's how they're sliding by. But a lot of people got ripped off too. Look at Paul in the Philippines. On that real estate deal he was trying to do, he got fucked over. A bunch of people got fucked over. Some contractor in Dumaguete. Even Dumaguete has got a bad reputation now for expats. They hear so much about Dumaguete that they all want to move there. They all want to move to Dumaguete. I don't even want to visit Dumaguete, nevertheless live there. Yeah. And we don't go out to eat all the time. We went out last night to reward ourselves. We've been going through the storm with we still got no power. But you hear in the background, if you hear it at all, is my generator. Today's the beginning of the 4th day. And we're on the bottom of the shit list, of getting the power back on. It's been really inconvenient to a lot of people. I ain't visiting Dumageddon. Why do I want to go there? I have no desire to go to Dumageddon. No. I mean, it is hard. I mean, living in the Philippines, but even, I talk about the transportation thing. And I could give you a number of reasons why I don't, travel a lot out here. But, I'll be very honest with you, and I'll give you the list. I talked about it before. It's really hard getting around in the Philippines. There's not a lot of direct routes to get from one point to another point. It could involve 2 or 3 types of transportation to get there. I don't want to go through all that. Hey, I'm fucking 71. I'm Sprite and all that crap. I'm not Popeye. I'm Sprite and all that stuff. I could handle it, but, why? If, and then you got the hot weather on top of it. My back, I don't got a great back. Sitting down on long rides for a long time is not advantageous for me, man. Rent a scooter. You ain't catching, oh, man. Let me tell you something, man. You ain't catching me on no motorcycle. Just ain't going to happen, bro. That's all I see is people getting hurt or dying with whole families on motorcycles. They don't know how to drive, or they're not defensive drivers, they're not experienced drivers, or they're not paying attention, or they're fucking drunk. Expat says Popeye is doing DoorDash for extra income with his e-bike. Oh, nothing would surprise me. It's a lovely morning. You know why it's a lovely morning, folks? Let's put some positive on YouTube. I'm tired of all the negative shit, man. I'm living to see another day. I'm 71. That doesn't mean it's a death sentence of being 71. Not at all. People listen to numbers too much. Other than a little backache, I don't feel any different than when I was 30 years old. I don't. Okay. Out there? Sorry about that. It was the governor. I tell you, it was the governor. The governor went out, it fell off. Nothing radical. So we stuck it back in. Well, I got to find a way to make it stay in there. But no, we got the internet back. But it was the governor, I tell you. Sorry for the gap in the live stream here, but the generator went off while I was doing my live. In fact, I'm shocked that I was able to recover my live. How did that even happen? Hopefully I can get some of the people back again. The governor, basically, it's a bar. It's really a throttle bar. It's made of plastic. And the vibrations of the generator makes it get loose. So it's not a big deal. If the governor, I tell you, it's the governor, not the mayor, not the president, but the governor. It's the governor that fell loose. And I'm thinking, thank goodness for that. It's just a small, tiddly little thing. I seen it laying on the surface. It wasn't really secure. I just gotta find a way to make sure it's secure in there. All's good, see? See? Things get better. Okay. I tell you, it was the governor. I joke around with Gil all the time. Sometimes she'll laugh at it, sometimes she don't, but she understands my sense of humor. God bless her. God bless her. Yeah. Good to see you guys come back again. Well, you didn't hear anything for like 10 minutes, and you figured, well, Oh, Frank lost his connection or something. No, I was just sitting here in my chair, just vlogging, having a good old time. Well, I'd have to show you what the governor is. You know, the thing is, my generator's just in an awkward position in this lockup cage here, sideways, and it's really hard to get to some of these controls. This is my rickety generator. Uh-oh. Trying to get in there to show you this. Anyway, there is a control arm there. Let's just call it a control arm. Okay? Yeah. And that just came loose. Nothing radical. Don't be clapping your hands. But you got to keep the throttle in a certain position. You don't want to give it too much gas. You don't want to give it too little. Very sensitive. Anyway, so our rickety generator. We keep it locked up so it doesn't get ripped off. And we're just hoping that they turn the electricity on today. We hope anyway, right? But we know it'll start because, you know, it was the coil that was giving us the problem. Did I show you the picture of the coil? I'll show you it anyway. That's what was giving the problem, the main problem, amongst a couple of small bugaboos. But we got a new spark plug in there and everything. So, and you know, the carburetor is brand new. Is it still going? Yeah. Okay, good. I got to check now and then as I walk in the other room. Okay, this is a governor. This is the main culprit, right here. I guess they call it a coil. And you can see how old this is, right? That's a coil. That was about 600 pesos right there. And this was the culprit. Why was having so much problems with that? Even old generators could be refurbished. But this is it. Kind of got gasoline in my nails too. That's it. That is the bastard that's been causing me so much problems with that generator. Okay, where was I? I was rudely interrupted by an act of the generator. You could be happy with yourself out here, or you could be miserable the whole time. That's entirely up to you. Show after show. Oh, the Philippines is the least visited place now. Tourism is down, it's dying, don't move here. Well, most of those statements come from people who can't afford or not ready to come out here, or had a bad experience, perhaps, like Jim's Asian Adventures. That's a great, solid example. Oh, he hates the Philippines. Oh, my Cambodia is wonderful. Far better than the Philippines. I'm sure there's good points about Cambodia. I'm sure there is. It's probably a cheaper place to live. Yeah, that's your choice. But, you know, he knows if he goes back to the Philippines, he's going to get arrested for adultery directly from his spouse. And that's how it works. Now I can make my proverbial tea. The one thing I can't run because of voltage, I can't put like I have a pressure tank for water if I want high pressure. It has to do with the voltage. And I can't be running like a microwave on top of this, on top of that, but everything runs in here. Air conditioner runs, chest freezer, refrigerator, Everything runs, air fryer, all that shit. But you don't want them all on at once. Like if I had this running and the air fryer and I had the water pressure pump going, yeah, there's a voltage problem. Oh wait, what's going on? Is this on track here? Hold on. There we go. Do we yet have another problem? Oh no, it's the tray on there. Let me just double check something here. Why isn't this fluently turning in here? It's always one thing or another, guys. And I don't like that sound either. I'm watching this. No, that turntable, that should be turning. Oh, it is turning. Slowly. I think it's probably okay. You know, having a house, things go sour sometimes, my friends. Sometimes things go sour. As in life, not everything turns out the way you want it to be. And once you put that in your head and you understand it, then you will survive out here very well. Don't expect perfection from the Philippines because you're just not going to find it. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure what else I want to touch up upon on here. I haven't listened to Paul's show yet. I want to hear more about his ideology about, has the Philippines lost his luster? Or he'll come back with another show. What is the real cost of living in the Philippines? Give me a fucking break, please. Somebody give me a break. Give me a break. You know, the problem is you are a slave to your show. You're a slave to your own show. The algorithms. God forbid I fuck up my algorithms. That's when you become a slave to your own YouTube show. Oh, they talk about, oh, my algorithms is off. Is that like your bursitis acting up or something, you know? Your algorithms are off. Has it really come down to that point? I mean, seriously speaking, has it really come down to that? Well, it has for a lot of people. I'm just preparing my lovely tea, if you don't mind. Okay. Back to the dining room here. I mean, it gets to a point of being ridiculous. But there's a lot of people, don't fool yourselves or let them fool you. There's a lot of people who depend on the income from monetization on YouTube. They depend on it. I mean, they actually depend on it. Paul would not be doing that great if it wasn't for his YouTube. He was on a fixed income, period. And he probably makes a couple of $1,000s a month, which supplements his Social Security. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We're not going to attack that fact. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Sometimes you got to make ends meet. Maybe your pension is not as high as you would like it. You have a partner, or you got married, or something. And it helps. For me, it's not worthwhile to try to build up my channel because I'm never sure I'm staying on from 1 minute to another, to be quite frank with you. The fact that I even came on after 3 or so months, I mean, I'm kind of shocked, really. I figured if I can go 3 months, I don't need to be on at all. And I felt I didn't need to. As I said, I got a wild hair, and I decided to come back on again. Especially with the storms and everything going on, and there's been a lot of shit going on, earthquakes and everything else. There was a lot to talk about. Didn't need to talk about it, but I wanted to, that's the difference. Need compared to want. Okay, so what else am I missing out there? No, we don't need a bunch of gossip on here. I can look at channels myself and tell you what's going on. make my own assessments of it. But yeah, not. I just get the general impression that a lot of these YouTubers are not the ones that are actually living out here. Are not really that happy out here. It shows. But they're also making some very dangerous mistakes too, when they spend their time just constantly attacking the Philippines. There's a lot of Filipinos with a lot of pride out there in their country, and why not? They should. They don't want to hear negative about their country. That's why when you talk good about the Philippines, you'll notice that some Filipinos come in there and they make comments, on people's shows. Thank you for supporting our country. We need more expats like you. And they're right, we do need more expats, like those that choose to emphasize some level of positive about the Philippines, instead of constantly downtrodden on it, kicking mud in Filipinos' eyes, in the country's eyes. You want perfection? You're going to spend a lot of time finding a country that's a perfect country to live in. Because the truth is, there is no perfection in any country. Political realities, instability with politics and government, poverty, unfair way. Everybody has something to gripe about. And I don't care what country you live in. It's unfortunate, though, I will tell you, with fact, that the United States is and has gone down the tube. Even the staunch Republicans are now seeing the evil ways of Mr. Donald Trump. They're getting tired of it. They're not going to admit it out front that I made a mistake voting for this clown. And it's like this thing going on between him and Democrats. He doesn't want to give in. And the situation that's currently going on right now, releasing SNAP benefits and so forth, and putting the federal employees back to work, he don't want to give in. The guy's a billionaire. He doesn't give a shit about how you're doing financially. He's made a lot of public mistakes on camera. And I heard that he has some hidden health problems going on. You see, you don't go in there for an MRI unless there's a problem. Nobody goes for an MRI unless your doctors detect a problem. He had to go in for that. And there's people been noticing something about his right eye, a little shut, about some slurred speech every now and again. I mean, he's like 80 years old now, right? Shit can happen at 80 years old. It can happen at 60, 50, 70. Trump is not good for America. He's not good for the world. That's bottom line. And that's about as deep in politics that I'm going to get on my show. Trump is a chump. I always said it. He's a dictator. He's building a new wing on the White House, basically dedicated to himself, the arrogant bastard that he is. Isn't that amazing? And he wants a statue erected in there for him. I mean, this is the guy that you voted for. Many of you, anyway. I couldn't vote from here, but if I could vote, certainly was not going to be for him. Hey, don't complain, man. You voted for Trump. Make America great again, the whole MAGA shit. Well, he's not making America great. It turned against you, my friends. He's making America worse. And his popularity level has sunk. His popularity level has sunk. He's taking big hits. Now, we know he's not going to run for another term. I think he's already even said it. Because he knows he's got probably medical problems going on too. This is a guy who is so selfish. He doesn't care about the American people. He doesn't care about internationally anyone. It was up to him, really. He would put that code out and hit the button and blow up Russia, North Korea, whatever. It's his military intelligence and otherwise it is cabinet and staff that's telling him, don't go anywhere near that button, motherfucker. But he would. I think if he knew he was dying or something while he was still president, he'd find a reason to get awfully upset with Russia even more and have them push the goddamn button. I just watched a movie, in fact, and it was quite intriguing. More like a documentary, but there was another one that was similar to it, when wires got crossed or something, and, you know, America thought that Russia was sending missiles. They eventually did. So right away, America sent a whole shitload of missiles, Minutemen missiles, toward Russia. They seen it coming, and they sent theirs, and they sent 300 missiles. But that's the way it ended. You have to use your imagination, that the world was destroyed. The world was destroyed. One reacted to the other, and missiles were flying all over the place. That's how it ended. One was kind of a documentary that showed the whole process before a missile is ever launched and what's going on with it and what happens once these missiles are launched. Puts fear in the other guy, and he's got missiles coming your way. Sure, you destroy each other, but you wind up destroying the world. That could happen. I guess if we're all going to go, we all go together, right? You know, misery loves company. Why don't we all just go together at one time? Excuse me. Okay, anyway, we ain't got that much of a lively audience this morning here. Maybe my channel has lost its luster, as Paul likes to say about the Philippines losing its luster. I don't know if it's the time I'm doing my show. I don't know what it is. But whatever. I mean, I came back on. I don't know what I was hoping for. I don't know what I was expecting. I should have just stayed off, to be honest with you. Nobody's going to change on here, just for the fact. Nobody's going to change. Ricky's still going to be Ricky. You know. Don C's still going to be Don C. The Big E's still going to be Big Ego. What's good for the goose ain't always good for the gander, so it's okay for Big E to put a cybercrime case against Sweetskates, but when I put one on Barry, as we discussed the other day, that was a terrible thing. I can't believe his opinion, Big E, is that, well, he should have served 1 day in jail because of his overstay, then sent home. But I had to set him straight on that, about being in my shoes on what he would do. He knows exactly what he'd done. If his reputation career was going to be over because somebody called you a sexual predator, you think he wouldn't be having a case against that person? Of course he would. But it's real easy for him to say, well, you know, the only reason he's in jail is because of immigration. And it's not right. It's not right that he's suffering in jail when you all know that it's very right. You all know what he did. Not just to me. The list is just too long to go down on here. Just too long. He deserves where he's at, and he's going to stay there until he pays the piper. I'm one of the pipers, and the court is the other piper. And we're playing our pipes. He's going to stay in perpetuity, perhaps, in a jail cell. Out of stubbornness. And don't fool yourself. It's not that he don't have the money tucked away. Like I said, he has money tucked away for when he does get deported to get started up. But he's so stubborn that he's willing to take the jail time and he's willing to sacrifice his freedom because he doesn't want to pay Frank. That ain't never going to happen, he says. I'm not going to pay him. I'm going to wait till he dies, then I won't owe him anything. Well, like I told him, don't hold your breath. I'll probably live a lot longer than you, pal. My health ain't that bad. Thank goodness for small miracles. Everybody pays the price one way or the other. And he's paying the price. So yes, I have to disagree emphatically with Big E. I don't know what this high road he likes to take. Him, Mick Fisher, and other people, all with this high road. That bummer does not deserve to be in jail all this time. Well, as I reminded Big E very politely as I can, that I disagree with him. because he pleaded guilty to 5 counts, so he's guilty. It means he did the crime, okay, and he's lucky that the judge, that me and my lawyers agreed not to extend the case and to wait and hope for the judge to say, okay, we're going to give you 10 years. We didn't go that direction. We just wanted the case to be over. We figured he was going to plead guilty, and we knew he would. And that's why me and the lawyers put our heads together and said, let's see what he pleads. Officially this time, through his lawyer. And he pleaded guilty because he knew he was. The evidence was overwhelming. He got himself in that situation. So Big E's perspective on this, you know, it's kind of warped. It's warped. It's self-serving is what it is. It's self-serving. Because he don't like me. He kind of turns things the table around and says, yeah, Bummer didn't deserve that. I mean, he's a saint. Saint Bummer. He doesn't deserve to be in jail like that when every one of you people out there know damn well that he does deserve to be where he's at. There's no question about it. It shouldn't even be questionable at all. But Big E don't like me for his own reasons. And I don't hate Big E. I just don't agree with his psychology and philosophy on things. I don't take the road that he drives on and train of thought. When you're wrong about something, you're wrong. And, you know, the Bummer was wrong. Clearly wrong. So he's kind of trying to make me the bad guy. To look what you did to Bummer. You put him in jail this time. I did not put him in jail this time. He was in immigration for a long time because he didn't pay his fees and fines. But then he wound up staying there longer because I got a case against him. And they had to put him somewhere. They couldn't let him loose on the streets, thank goodness for that. He would have disappeared again. His girlfriend would have harbored him again somewhere. That's why he had an extended stay in there, because they can't release you if you've got a pending or current case against you. He had to stay where he was. That was mandated by immigration. It wasn't mandated by me. If he would have shut his mouth, he wouldn't have had a case against him. That's the bottom line. And I got to get off here anyway. Anyway, thanks for listening, folks. I pretty much talked myself out on this morning's show. Let's go on my day. And I suppose you guys are going, I'll go listen to a couple of shows later on. I want to hear about all the horrible comments about the Philippines losing its luster. That nobody's coming here. Well, tourism is down. There is no question about that. The Philippines is suffering. It is. It's suffering. That would not be a lie. Tourism is definitely down. But you got to understand there's some factors involved. And all these people that maybe planned on coming here or moving here are putting their plans on hold because the weather situation's been terrible. They don't want to be caught up in another earthquake, die or something. They don't want to be swept away in an urban flood or... I mean, do you blame them? So a lot of people have changed their minds. And the more disasters that happen in the Philippines, which happens all the time, the more it's changing people's minds about coming here. Now we got more showing up here. The more it changes their minds. You blame them? You want to have a good time coming here. Remember, it's more fun in the Philippines. You want to have a good time, brothers. You want to have a good time. You don't want to come here and be swept up in a goddamn flood. Did you see what Cebu looked like in these other areas? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Right now, I heard to get it to Cebu, if you're driving to Cebu from anywhere, it would take you 10 hours. Well, here, traffic on the roads are really bad because they're still flooded. Many of the roads are still flooded. Calling my stepkids, that's what they actually are, really. They were going to come back here. But they couldn't. Because the electricity is still not on here at the house. And possibly a pending storm. Yet again. So when they hear this kind of shit, I mean, you can't blame them. They say it's just really not a good time to travel over here. All considered. I wouldn't either. I'd wait until things calm down. You'd really rag on me if you knew what I was just doing right now when I'm eating. So I won't tell you. All right, so unless anybody wants to add anything, I'll probably end this broadcast. Truthfully, I'm not even going to do any extra shopping until I know that the electricity's on, because I'm kind of scarred a little bit about the generator. Even though it was fixed, I'm not trusting it implicitly. I don't want to buy a bunch of food that needs to be frozen and then have the generator go out again. I mean, I just don't trust the generator. The guy did a good job on fixing it, but old Bessie has seen his better days. I don't want to lose a bunch of, we lost a little bit, but I don't want to have to lose any more. It's really ridiculous when you have gets to a point that a citizen, somebody living in the area, has to want to go pay an official to get at the top of the list as far as getting your area, getting electricity back on, but that's kind of the way it works out here. Unfortunately. But that should be nothing new to any of you out there. And it really does affect people's lives in a horrible way. Electricity is so important. Remember, people didn't have electricity. It didn't exist. How did they get by? They got by. They managed. But, you know, people have become incredibly spoiled. How dare we don't have electricity? Well, if you're going to think that way, you got to think back to how people lived. Pardon me. I'm quite happy living in modern times. I don't think I could have lived back at the times when... Sorry, I got myself in a dead zone here. Like I said, unless you want to add anything to this, opinions, whatever, I got to sneeze. I don't know what that allergen is affecting me. No idea. Now she's running, and my neighbor's happy about that. But the richest guy in the area and beyond lives up the block. And he won't run his generator. I'm not sure about what that's all about. He won't run his generator. He'd rather pay an official. It's okay, it's his money. I'm down with it. Let him do it. To get the electricity on over here. That's okay. All right. I don't expect a miracle of a bunch of people showing up in here, but we're just a very small channel. After 10 years, I should have 100,000 viewers, but it didn't work out that way, did it? Sure, I'll take the extra money. Why not? But fortunately, we're not broke here, despite legal shit, despite being taken advantage of in an Estaffa situation, which is very, 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 very common out here. Even some of the most popular vloggers out here have gotten taken by something. Like giving a bunch of money to somebody they trusted, like a construction outfit. Never to get their house built. Or got taken advantage by, unfortunately it happens, by a Filipina who got a guy for his money. You see, loneliness does not make you feel, well, it doesn't give you a clear head. Okay, so let's just use America, for example. You're a senior, you live in a life where, I don't know, things just ain't great for you with family, things ain't great for you in the dating world. Your wife died, you've been divorced for a long time. I get it, man. I totally get it. You want out. You want to live your life, so you move to the Philippines. But the desperation factor is what takes over. That's the problem. That's the problem. And they make foolish choices. I've made them. I've made, I'm sure, a dozen mistakes, really. But did I learn from the mistakes? Yeah, and that's important. But you're not going to repeat the same thing over and over again. Sometimes it takes something like that to happen to wake your ass up. But a lot of people, and you got to understand how loneliness works. You don't want to live the rest of your life, whatever you have left, being lonely. That's the last thing that you want. So these guys, they make these impromptu, whatever, or desperate decisions. They find a girl that takes an interest in them, but they are not familiar with how they play things out here. Many times, he wants to, oh yeah, I'm going to come out and I got to wait till I retire for a year. So he sends her money all the time to kind of coerce her to, or entice her, actually, to wait for him. She's not waiting for him, chances are. She's dating other guys. She might even have 10 or 12 guys online that's sending her money, same thing. What they do, and here's how they do it, they try to get you to an emotional level where they got you. Once they get you to an emotional level, an emotional interest, they got you, and they know it. They're very good at what they do. I'm talking about the bad still to a lot of people. They don't realize that in the desperation, they go through the whole bank accounts thinking, I got this great lady lined up for me. And she keeps on asking for money, and you want to keep her around to wait for you till you come out there. Drains you dry. So you can't come out. Always something coming up. The baby's sick, has a fever. And my mom's got to have an operation. They'll use every trick in the book. Now these are the Filipinas, the ones that are less than honest. And there's a lot of honest Filipinos, so let's try to keep it positive and not to knock all the Filipinas, thinking every one of them is out to scam you. Mine wasn't. Maybe I lucked out, but not everybody has lucked out. Hey, that's all I got to say right now. I want to thank you for tuning in. Some on next show, or some uploads perhaps. Maybe I'll do some uploads. I may decide to walk along the beach today and see what it's looking like. What basically washed in. Try to keep my body moving here. Get as many steps in as I can. In fact, I got to start doing my little resistance exercises that I've been kind of neglecting since the power's been off and it's been really hot and been not in the mood to really get into my exercising. But the thing is, you start something, you've got to keep on doing it to get the benefits. And that's something I need to do. There's always a circumstance that comes up that prevents you from doing it, but you gotta be steadfast. You started something, just continue doing it. Unlike Jim, unfortunately the guy is more interested in his muscle than his actual health because the guy's an alcoholic. The guy even chews tobacco on top of that. Everything is image with some people. Everything is image. Likes to walk around with his shirt off to show off. Well, that's called, being egotistical, of course. Arrogance plays a part in it. Cockiness. No one cares about what his physique looks like because it's all derived from steroid and testosterone usage. Now, if you could achieve making a little muscle without using that, I will be impressed. But I'm not impressed if you had to achieve it from taking roids and excessive 20 years. You know where that's leading him at his age now? That's going to lead him to a bona fide heart attack. But I get tired of giving people advice on certain things. They don't take it. You know, Ricky will never change, for example. Not to use names, I will. And I have, and I will continue to. You know, it's like, no names mentioned on this one, but I know a guy, he's got a bit of bucks. Likes to get his steps in. But he drinks. But he goes out, has these elaborate dinners, high fat content, high cholesterol. So the walking's okay. You want to burn off some calories. And it's good for the heart. I commend anybody who goes out for walking. But it's not just a one thing solves all. You got to have the diet thrown in there too. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still alive because of the fact that I did all these years get into certain supplementation and certain foods that I eat religiously. I'm almost pretty sure, because the fact that I smoke, I should be dead a long time ago. But maybe, just maybe, I can't prove it, but I'm still here because, well, I'm doing something right amongst something that might be radically wrong. But I will say that drinking is your worst enemy amongst smoking, because drinking immediately affects your liver and other organs. I can't see me even drinking a beer. I don't want alcohol in my body. It's bad enough I'm doing one thing. That's bad enough, and I'm not going to double jeopardize myself, double jeopardy, by getting into drinking. I don't want to cope with alcohol, any coping mechanism on alcohol. Okay? If I have to take prescriptions, it's because I need them. Sometimes your chemistry is off. Doesn't mean your psychology is fucked up. Your chemistry could run amok. That your brain is not producing enough of the feel-good shit, the GABA, all that stuff. Like I said, time and time again, if you got diabetes, you got to take diabetes medication. Or you could change your diet. You don't necessarily have to take diabetes medication. People don't understand that. And they're taking statins, where they say that their cholesterol is high, but they don't understand is that the liver and everything in the brain needs that cholesterol. It's not bad for you. Cholesterol, they were saying for years, was a bad thing. Well, yeah, cholesterol is like 500 or 600. Yeah, okay, different story. And what are they doing for it? They're taking statin drugs. Statin drugs causes more problems than the cholesterol itself, my friends. But, don't listen to me, because I don't know anything. Hey, look, it's easy, folks. It's called reading. It doesn't take much. It's called reading. You could learn. You don't have to be a freaking doctor or have a PhD in any of that shit. It's just common sense shit, If you can't follow common sense, then, don't expect the best in your life on any level, socially, morally, physically, mentally. Face the reality that you carry yourself around no matter where you go, and what you do to your body, there's payback. And you have to learn to be, in a sense, your own doctor. You got to learn it. We got Chat GPT. We got these wonderful things now. You don't have to go to a book and read it, although you could. Some people actually still read books. All you really have to do, the information is at your fingertips. It's out there. You got to be willing to just read it. Rediscover your body, if not for the first time. Know what does what and why it does it, as far as diet, as far as supplementation. Read about it and understand. But the one vitamin I will say that every single one of you blokes out there need is D. Get in the form of D3. That is the one thing you all need, no matter what age you're at. I'm not going to go into details of what it does for you. You just have to look it up. We got ChatGPT, all that shit out there. You can look it up. It's very easy. But don't listen to me, because I don't know anything. Well, I'm living proof that what I've been doing is good for me. It has been good for me. Other than getting a kidney stone, which was probably brought on by the amount of vitamin C and possibly other supplements, Sure, I probably did that to myself. But I think I was predispositioned because I had a kidney stone many years ago when I was living in Seattle. A small one, but it hurt like a mofo. So all I'm saying is you're in control of your own life, you're in control of your own body. What you do with it is your business. It's not really anybody else's business, but it doesn't hurt sometimes to listen to somebody that might know better, that might be a little bit more learned than the average person. I would be that person. There's a whole lot of shit that I know at least a little about. There's not much out there that I don't know something about. With that being said, I'm getting off here. Let me finish my tea. Let me spend some time with my lady. See what I got to do today. Cleanup time. And yes, I do help out around here. I get to vacuum out, I mop, I do a lot of stuff to help out. I'll do dishes. Don't expect your Filipina to do everything. And I know a lot of people get in relationships because they basically make a domestic slave out of their partners or wives out here, which is a sad thing to do. They make a slave out of their partners. I help out. I do a lot of laundry myself. I help with the cleaning. I do stuff like that. Because you should. I know. I mean, what did you want in a relationship? Did you want a loved one? Or do you want a relationship? Or do you want a domestic servant? It's unfortunate the state of mind, the way some expats think out here. It's sad because they want them to, be subservient or an indentured servant. It shouldn't be. If you want a good relationship, that's not what you want. Help out a little bit. Because I'll tell you what, you got a good relationship and she's going to be with you until the end. You're going to want her to be with you. So if you've done good by her, no matter what you might consider being done good to her, she'll do good by you. But if you're a bastard and you're an arrogant bastard, she may just give up on you one time. Then you're on your own. You're at an older age, right? And you're going to definitely need. I don't know what my future holds for me, but I know she's going to be there for me. I have absolutely no question about it. Treat her right, and she's going to treat you right. That's like anything, friendships or anything. Treat somebody right, and they're going to treat you right, and they're going to be there for you in your hour of need. But not everybody thinks that way. Ouch. Oh, I fucked up my nail, major. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't just take your partner or wife out here for granted, is what I'm trying to say. Don't take them for granted. Because as you get older, man, you don't always get better, and you wind up developing all kinds of situations with your health. You're going to need her. She will then become your caretaker. Then she will not only be your partner, she will officially be your caretaker. Treat her right and she's going to stay. And I don't mean with money and all that stuff. Treat her with respect. Let's get a little bit more positive on here. Stop talking shit about Filipinos. It's the same in America or anywhere else. You're going to get good women and bad women. You're going to get Karens, you're going to get all this shit, you're going to get greedy women. It's not just the Philippines, but they like to emphasize that in the Philippines. Well, because it does happen. If you're that stupid to let it happen, well, that's your thing, that's your thing. But if you made a mistake, and I've made a few, you learn from it. And you build up your life out here based on some bugaboos that you experience with Filipinos or otherwise. Okay, I got to get off here. There's not much dialogue going on, so I'm going to get off here. Otherwise, I'm just rambling to myself. Well, anyway, I hope you walk away from the show. You're taking something away with it, Take care of yourself, and the world is good. You're responsible for your own happiness, no matter what adversity you have. It's you. It's not anybody. Nobody owes you anything on here. Well, if somebody does owe me 250,000 pesos. But besides that point, you reap what you sow and all that crap. Stop complaining about the Philippines. It's not going to change anytime soon. If you don't like the bureaucracy, well, that's too bad. You don't like the infrastructure, well, there's always better places in the Philippines to move to than one place where you might have lived and experienced and said, oh, this is a terrible place. There's always other places you could live that you might feel a hell of a lot more comfortable than where you decided to settle in. Move around if you have to, but settle down somewhere. I don't know, you see these guys, I call them nomads, and they're going from town to town and town. They're either approaching retirement age or they are retired. But it's most of the younger guys that are doing this. They're sowing their oats and everything. They're going from one place to another, and they got daddy's money or something, and they're able to go from one place in the Philippines to another, to another, to another. And they're very well traveled within the country because, number one, they can afford to do it. Daddy's probably helping them out. Maybe the family wanted to get rid of them. We're more than happy to give them a little money to stay out of the house. Sometimes it's worthwhile for parents just to give their kids a credit card and say, yeah, spend it, but spend it wisely. But just stay out of the home. We'll take care of you, but we'd rather you be there than be here. And don't tell me that doesn't happen, because it does. They'd rather see you out of the way and still having you at home, maybe sucking off their tits at home. They figure, well, I can get rid of this guy. Hey, go ahead, go to the Philippines or wherever you want to go. We'll allocate you X amount of money every month. We might even control it, but we'll give you X amount of money to survive. I mean, we love you, Junior. We love you, Junior, but we don't want to have you live with us. Go explore the world. Go ahead, go ahead. Go get laid, perhaps for the first time. Go be a man, become independent, or just join the armed services. That's what they did back. When nothing is happening with your life, you join the armed services. They provide 3 squares, meals a day, how many squares of toilet paper. If you're doing a wonderful thing for your country and not get appreciated at the end, you're just a tool. If you want to be a tool, you join the service. Oh, wait, Frank, wait. Come on. You gotta be raw American, man. What's with you, man? Don't you love your country? Not these days. If you want to talk about a place falling apart, that's the United States. Nevertheless, the Philippines, that you feel about the Philippines. The United States is a disaster zone. People are so divided in the United States. You can't live there, not just because of the expenses. It's not just the expenses, although it's a major issue. But this president has done a wonderful job in dividing people, dividing the parties. The very people that voted for him are disappointed in him. He has destroyed America. He wants to go down in history as a very progressive president that did so much for the people. But if you really examine it, what the hell did he do for the people? He did it for himself. Anything that was self-serving, this president did. I know, MAGA, make America great again. Well, he failed at that. I told you his popularity levels have sunk, completely sunk. Look at the figures. That people are finally waking up. You can't have a martyr as a president. You can't have a dictator as a president. But in America, that's exactly what you have right now. One of the best presidents was probably Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy. Those are probably the best presidents we've had. To my knowledge and what I understand about the history of some of the presidents. Some of them were really insignificant that did nothing at all. But we have people that stand out like Kennedy. But Kennedy knew a lot of stuff. It was a setup, of course. His assassination was a complete setup. He was going to reveal a whole lot of stuff, too. The Kennedy family is known for its curses, but JFK, in my mind, was one of the better presidents. Okay, I'm off. I'm out of here. I'm just procrastinating. Take care, folks. I need to go on my day. Probably got to do a little bit of shopping today, but I'm still not convinced the electricity is going to be on even today. As I said, I'm very skeptical about my generator, and I'm afraid to buy too much food, because if it goes off again, I just don't know when the electricity is going to come back. Now I'm getting more people. Every time that I'm going to get off, I start getting people show up. Where were you earlier? Well, I guess the more the morning progresses, more people are up, here in the Philippines anyway. I was on extra early this morning because I had to get up to top off the generator with gasoline. In fact, I'm going to have to go buy more gasoline today, because this thing eats up gasoline like crazy. And I don't know when the electricity is going to be turned on, so I am very dependent on that generator. But I'm very happy that I actually have a generator. It may not be the best in the world. It's rinky-dink as far as I'm concerned. But when you get it working, it works. It's doing its job. It's taking care of us. I've got air conditioning. I got whatever. Got electricity and I got internet. So I'm real happy about that. So all's good in Frank's world. How's your world? Okay, this one is for anybody who's interested or not. But have you checked your ACR levels? Excuse me, your AC1 levels. That's for diabetes. I was a little surprised, but I'll tell you how this works. Anyway, we just got back, filled 2 containers of gas, because we want to be a little more prepared this time. Yeah, what that cost for that? About 2,100 pesos for 40 liters, 20 liters in each bottle, so that's 40 liters. Okay, so where are we taking this? Well, I'm going to tell you where we're taking this. I think, and I can make an educated guess, that a lot of you all out there are either pre-diabetic or you are diabetic. You may not even know this. Now, how does an ACR test work? It's going to measure 3 months, approximately 3 months prior of whatever you ate, as far as your sugar level. It's not totally accurate in the sense that maybe within those past 3 months, you indulge a little bit on ice cream, M&M's candy or something, or cupcakes or whatever. So it's not 100%, but it just gives you an idea of the past 3 months, what you consumed as far as sugar. It's still important. Now, I had my AC1 done. I just now got the results back. It's 6.4. They want you to be 5.7 and below. That's ideal. So I would be considered to be pre-diabetic based on the past 3 months. Now, what have we had going on the past months? We've had earthquakes, we've had hurricanes. There might have been moments of indulgence, like eating some pistachio ice cream. There might have been some cookies, and even threw in a little bit of M&Ms with peanuts in it. That was my weakness. That'll comprise the past 3 months. It doesn't mean that's your normal figure. Still, it just gives you an alertness that you're 1 point away from considering to be in the beginning of being actually diabetic. So you have to really watch it. And, lack of the continuous exercise that I was not doing during periods of time where it was storming, it was, electricity, whatever. Now, rice, of course. I don't indulge in rice, but sometimes I use rice with my chicken as a filler, Occasionally we'll buy some ice cream that we share. And also the carbs you get from eating some noodles and rice and other things or potatoes, me with the potatoes. That wasn't good either. So starch turns into sugar, turns into calories, turns into fat, whatever. So a combination of exercise and watching your carbs, and don't eat ice cream too often. I don't really eat those things too often, but still, it measures up in the past 3 months, is what it does. So you may think that you're not pre-diabetic, and some of you may be actually diabetic, but you don't know it. And the reason you don't know it is because you did not have an AC1 test. ACR. It doesn't cost very much. I don't know what it cost me, 1,200 pesos? It wasn't that much, okay? So, again, and again, you can take my advice or you don't have to. It simply means, so how does it work again? Approximately, it's not down to a science, but it's actually measuring approximately 3 months prior to you taking that test. So if during that period of time you were indulging in the niceties of life, you know, a little ice cream here and there, you were kind of packing up on the carbs, because, you know, I was a potato man. Always had roasted potatoes with chicken and stuff like that. That's all turns into a sugar, you know, because they're carbohydrates, there's starch and so forth. So now I got to watch my diet because I don't want to become diabetic. I'm not diabetic, but this is a warning. So I would, and by the way, being diabetic leads to all kinds of problems, strokes, heart attack, all that great stuff. So try to monitor what you're eating. And if you're overweight, man, that's just another concern on top of everything else. If you're worried about a stroke or heart attack or something, by all means, try to get that under control. Try, you know, and then the other great thing is I don't really drink soda. I know most people like to drink their Coke. I don't. It's very rare you're going to see a can of soda in my hands. Sure, I like that nice cold sweetness, you know, even orange soda, even Sprite, even the power of a Coca-Cola. Now and then is okay. I don't indulge in that at all. It's a rarity. We have 3 cans of soda right here. I might decide to take a sip of one of them, but that's about it. But I'm probably going to have to watch my potatoes, so forth. So it's good news and it's bad news. I'm not diabetic, but I'm pretty damn close to becoming diabetic. If I don't watch those potatoes, if I don't watch the carbs that I bring in, then all hell breaks loose. Now, by the way, a 6.4 reading is not something to go get frantic about at all, but it's a warning sign that if you keep that kind of diet up, you're going to wind up being diabetic, and you don't want to be diabetic. Trust me on that. That's all I'm going to say on this show. Oh, on another note, a miracle story, really. A dog washed in to this area, too. How it survived and where it wound up in the ocean had to be from a landslide or flooding or something somewhere. And the dog washed up, I think it washed up here, barely alive. How? How did this dog stay above water? Did he have something to grasp onto, like a tree limb or a log that was floating in the water? How did he make it? Well, the dog survived, and I'm sure somebody's going to adopt it. There's a lot of stories out there that are untold. And by the way, the girl who was also washed in, but she was dead, she was between the ages of 14 and 17. So they're still trying to identify her. They came out with a video. You can identify this one, but they said, warning, graphic. What graphic? The picture of her body in the water was blurred out. How are you going to identify her? But I understand how graphic they would be as a warning, but, you know, it was already blurred out. But this is a story that you're hearing more so. Anyway, I'm trying to get more prepared. There might be another storm coming in. It's probably going to affect our area a bit. Probably with a little bit of wind, probably a lot of rain. I don't mind the rain, but the wind could be a problem. So I'm stocking up on gas. If I had another, I just bought a new container. So I got 40 liters of gas. And no, we don't have electricity as of today, still at this time that I'm doing the upload. I don't know when we will have electricity. This is the 4th day. As I said, thank goodness for the money I put into the generator to fix it, because obviously need it. So with that being said, that's my relative short here, or upload. Test your AC1. I'll bet you dollars to sugary donuts that you are at least pre-diabetic or diabetic, and you don't even know it. Does this story apply to you? Well, the electric is finally on. Big moment. I got tired of dealing with that damn generator. But anyway, another storm coming in. I might be using it again. I got plenty of gas, though. That much I do have. Maybe I'll wait for a few people to come on here before I begin this topic. Now I'm all excited about having the electricity back. It's kind of charged me up a bit. The one thing that I really look down on is when somebody is absolutely dominating their wife or partner. Like they're some indentured servant or some shit like that. There's one guy on here, and I'm not going to mention any name, but I certainly commented on his own channel, where, although he's from the South, he does have a lot of intellect. Doesn't mean if you live in the South, you necessarily don't have any intellect. However, Southern boy, backwoods type of guy, raised. But what's going on with him is that the woman that he married, nice person, totally intellectually different than him. Was there a reason in a rhyme that he got together with this woman? I don't know. He's very domineering and very dominating on her. At my observation, it's very clear to me. All she does, and all this woman does all day long, that I'm referring to, is clean and cook for him. And they have a special needs child, in fact. She's taking care of all of that. And everything else. Some guys, they come here, excuse me, they come here to the Philippines. By the way, the electric is on, yes. Some people come to the Philippines to find their life. And you don't have to be an older gentleman. Even the younger guys, they come here to find the love of their life. Maybe they got a military pension, whatever. Maybe they're not ready for Social Security yet. But they come here to find the love of their life. But some come here, and they figure that, well, Filipinos they're workers, you know. They're very domesticated. They like to clean. They like to cook. They like being a caretaker. Well, that's true of all the above. All the above. But to come here and kind of like take advantage of that, see, unlike a lot of these guys, I help out around here. When I have paint, I'll touch up paint. I'll help do the dishes. I'll help clean and mop the floors. I do a lot of laundry. And I try to make her existence a little bit more comfortable. I didn't come here. We're not exactly an intellectual match, but she's not stupid either. Far from. Far from. But again, she didn't go to college like I did and all that. There is a difference intellectually. But not like where I'm making reference to a particular YouTuber and his wife. My observation is that he just seems to just dominate his woman. Like, hey, your job is to shut your mouth pretty much and just clean the goddamn floors. Won't even buy her a wash machine. Does all the clothes by hand. She's like 24/7. She's doing something, cooking, cleaning. I do get it, okay? Pardon me. Actually, I do get it. I get it. I don't know. Is this like an indentured servant? Now, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing. I'm just observing. Because I don't treat my partner that way. Now, she likes, now let me explain about a Filipino if you don't understand. Filipinas they are in control of the house. It doesn't matter who owns the goddamn house. They are in control of the house. Okay. It's inborn, yes, that they like to take care of things. They like to cook to serve their man and family. Mine does. Absolutely. When I'm in the kitchen, it's like, get out of here. I'm cooking, or she's in the middle. I mean, she'll get up in the morning when she gets up. First thing she's doing, she's out there and she's sweeping up the leaves. She enjoys doing stuff like that. It's kind of inborn with Filipinas. It's inborn. Is my comment section on? I'm not sure if I put it on or not. Anyway, try commenting if you could, so I don't have to go look back and see if this thing's been turned on or not. Just try commenting. You say anything, yes, no, whatever. So I don't put her through this because I also like keeping busy too. I'm not a couch potato. Far from that. I like helping out because I've lived on my own for many years prior to this relationship. Numerous times. Well, I didn't have a woman my whole existence in Hawaii, which was 15 years. I did my own cooking. I did my own house cleaning. I did my own yard work. I'd chlorinate my catchment tank. I'd change filters on the filtration system. I do periodical paint touch-ups. I kept everything, even the appliances, clean. You never seen a sink in a kitchen that was piled up with dirty dishes. Never happened. I cleaned them as I used them. You never seen on top of the stove a bunch of used frying pans, some with even leftover food in it. Although I've known people, especially back in Seattle, that did that. There was no way in the world I could live that way because when my house was cluttered, I felt cluttered. It affected me. Even so here, we got one bad habit that I'm responsible for doing too. Every flat surface in this house has got something on there that shouldn't be there. So every now and then, I got to drop everything and I got to clean this counter off and put things away where they belong. The living room table, it's a round table, kind of a faux marble finish. You find all kinds of items. All kinds of items that there shouldn't be anything on there at all. Well, with the kids, they do that. Put their glasses on there, they put everything. You find headphones on there, glasses. You name it, it's on there. And it looks terrible. It's not a large living room either. But this is an observation of mine because I watch a YouTuber every now and then, not regularly. But he seems very domineering to his wife. Even does shows about him, what a woman should do with cleaning and everything else. Look, if you wanted a caretaker, is what I'm saying, then you get a caretaker. Don't marry a woman if there's no love. Don't marry a woman because you want a built-in caretaker because you're too goddamn lazy because you heard all these things about Filipinos, that they take care of you, they love house cleaning and cooking for you because that's what they do. You would be right to think that. You'd be absolutely right because they do. They do all the above. All of the above. But that doesn't mean that you have to make them do it. You should get off your lazy ass sometimes and help them out. And she appreciates the things I do. It doesn't go unnoticed. I do my best. Now, the worst thing I do is walk in the house with my shoes on. Or sometimes I'm just too lazy to take them off. I'll be honest about that. I'm bringing the outside inside. That's not a good thing. I do that. Other than that, I'm always wiping down countertops, changing the water bottle. I'll volunteer to wash dishes. You don't have to ask me to do it. A typical thing in the morning because I'm up before her. If I don't take the vacuum cleaner out because it's too early, I take the broom, take the dustpan, because I got dogs, always create fur, a lot of it. I take care of the dogs. My dog has she gets a kind of eye irritation. I put medicine in it all the time. She's just developed some kind of ear infection. So the veterinarian is going to be in town, although he's going to be busy. He said he'll try to stop by because I noticed she's uncomfortable. It could be from a fungus. It could be a bacterial. I don't know. But I said, look, can you stop by? I mean, for God's sakes, I even say goodnight to my dogs. I tuck them in, for God's sakes. I come up to them, and there's a routine before I go to the bedroom. I say, good night, girls. You get some sleep. You get some sleep. And I have to pet them or rub their belly or scratch their head. So you get some sleep. Now, it's like my own kids. I'm a caring person if anything is important to me. That's just who I am. Don't mind all the trolls out here, because nobody knows me personally. I care about other people more than I care about myself, really. It kind of seems that way. So don't mind what people say. You don't live with the person, you don't really know the person. But it is easy to make a judgment. If you're on YouTube enough and you're exposing your family and everything what you do every single day and every time you fart and take a shit, yeah, they get to know a little about you. So cut that kind of shit out. Don't get that much on there. That's my advice on there. Yeah, definitely do that. But they're not indentured servants. I think you should always help your partner out. I try to do it all the time. Don't bother them when they're cooking, though. They don't like you in their kitchen. It's like, I got to concentrate on cooking. They want you out of the kitchen. But this one YouTube couple really struck me because I watched them on and off for years. No names mentioned on here. You just figure it out yourself. They're not bad people. It's just that he's kind of over, how do I say, I don't know, overboard with trying to figure what, whose responsibility is what, and he figures that well. And this is what most people figure anyway. Oh yeah, let's get together with look, she's going to nurture you when you get old, that's for sure. Be happy about that. So if you found somebody special, rejoice to that, absolutely. They will be there for you if you treat them right. But let me tell you something. When you're with a woman and you're going to just sit there and have her serve, and she'll do that to me anyway. I don't want her to serve me. And you know what? She will go out of her way to get something for me to. If I had I'll give you an example, and I'm not doing this anymore because I got my A1C reading. It's a little higher than I wanted it to be. I got a thing for like M&Ms with the peanuts in it. She knows I had a hankering for it. She'll go out and buy it or go say, now, I'm telling you, she does do that. She will go out of her way to please me. And I appreciate that a lot. I tell her, you don't have to do this. It's no big deal. I just had an urge for something to eat. She'll serve me in the bedroom. If I'm on YouTube or something, like she'll come in with a plate and everything. And no, I'll eat at the table. It's okay. But thanks, She will do a lot of things that she does not have to do. That's how you can tell if your woman cares about you or not. And she does. But she's the kind of woman that, and this is personal information, but not personal where, look, I just revealed something terrible. I'm actually revealing something wonderful. She's the kind of person that does attend to my needs. She's not outward with the emotions like I am, okay? If something's going shitty, yeah, I'll bitch and complain about it. She's not like that. She doesn't, as most Filipinos, they don't like confrontation, Basically, I speak my mind. Doesn't mean I yell, I speak my mind. Like, what the fuck is going on with this? Or I might say, why did you need to do that? There's no need. I say, what's the purpose of what you just did? I don't understand what you just did. I didn't. And sometimes there are situations where I don't understand what she did, or how she did it, why she did it, whatever it might be, She's there to make me happy, but we are a team, and you have to be a team. The truth is, I don't have to lift a hand around here if I don't want to. But if I really needed for some reason for her to get me something, I said, would you mind, go grabbing me? I'm all comfortable on the chair. And since I'm always opening the doors left and right for the dogs going in and out, maybe I want to sit in the chair for a while. I'll say something like, would you mind go grabbing this for me? Very politely. Not demanding. There's a difference. And she'll do it with no problem. But Filipinos are not confrontational at all. And a lot of times they will hold things in. If you're going through some tough times, you don't always see that with a Filipina. They kind of keep it inside. Well, the Tampo thing, that's part of it too. Another level of hiding things, where they'd rather not get into, if there's a possibility of some argument of some sort. There's never really an argument, you might say, around here. There might be some disagreement about something here and there, which is rare, but it does happen. There's no real argument over anything here. I could disagree and she could disagree, but my background and where I was raised and my ethnicity and all that shit, I pretty much say what's on my mind. Because I've always felt the healthiest thing to do is to speak your mind. My mom was, and that's personal, but she kept everything in when my father was the opposite. He let everything out. That was the difference. And holding things in is not necessarily good for you or healthy. If you got something on your mind, you discuss it with your partner or whoever it might be, whatever the situation, family member, relative, friend, I don't care what it is. It works the same either way. Discuss something. If there's something about a friend of yours that's kind of irritating or something in one form or another, discuss it with them nicely. They may take it a little bit defensively. You could probably figure on that might happen, but just go with the flow. Just get it out of your system. But don't treat your Filipina, and don't come out here and get a Filipina simply because you're looking for a goddamn caretaker. And there's a lot of guys that have medical conditions, which you shouldn't be out here at the beginning. Don't come here with pre-existing conditions. Don't come here with pre-existing conditions. Because you don't want to pay for a special managed healthcare program or housing of some sort. Figure you're going to come to the Philippines, let the Filipina take care of you. She's not your nurse. Oh, she will be when you get a lot older and you develop a lot of problems. Yeah, she's going to be your nurse and everything else to you, that's for sure. They know that when they sign up for this. Most Filipinos are with older guys anyway. So when they sign up for this, when Filipinos sign up for this, being with a foreigner, and he's already a lot older, mine is 20 years younger, but you'll see a lot of that age differential here. The age gap is a lot greater than that. So they come over here and they want a caretaker. Don't get together with a Filipina and waste her life and time because you want a caretaker or because you're very demanding, domineering, dominating. That's the wrong reason to be in a relationship. Okay, again, we all know that they're very nurturing. They are. That's why it's great to be with a Filipina, but nurture back. Do things for her, too. Don't let her do everything for you. That's all I'm saying. But I get kind of disgusted when I've seen a few different vloggers on here that are completely dominating, completely playing the alpha role type of thing with their relationship. That it's the expectation of a Filipina to get on her fucking hands and knees and scrub the floor and do the cooking and do the dishes. You just sit there pumping out the money. Okay, they'll even go shopping to buy the stuff. You may not even help. I go shopping with her, or she goes shopping with me. That's all. It's not a big deal with us. We share responsibilities. And believe me when I tell you, she takes notice when I help around here. I remember in the beginning, it was like a crazy thing. She would show me on video when she was talking to her friends on, I guess it's a messenger on camera. Frank is, look at him, he's mopping the floor. And then her friends without their eyes open say, my husband doesn't do that. You mean he actually helps out? Yeah. It's like a proud thing for her to show me on camera where I'm actually helping her out. And you don't see that a lot. You don't see foreigners doing that a lot. It's like, hey, you're a Filipino and you're defined as being a maid, a housekeeper, okay, a caretaker. Satisfy my sexual needs, that's all I need you for. And a lot of these guys, they use these women like they're dirtbags, man, you know? Fill up that vacuum cleaner bag, whatever, and throw it out, put another one on. They treat them like dirt, like scum. Come here, woman, even if she's not in the mood. A Filipina will have probably, if she's married to you or in love with you, you got a relationship anyway, one way or the other. She may not be in the mood for sex. Maybe you are. But a Filipina will give in many times because you're the breadwinner, and a lot of Filipinos feel obligated to obey on command. Man, don't do that kind of shit. Don't obey on command to the Filipinos out there. She might be in the mood or she may not be. But I think a lot of Filipinos feel obligated to have sex with their man when maybe she's not in the mood at that moment, but maybe he is. I'm not saying that's applying to my situation. I don't force sex on my partner. And you shouldn't either. Why? Just because you're supporting her, that means that she's also, besides your caretaker, housekeeper, cook, dishwasher, shopper, that she has to obey every command of yours, that when you're horny, you or she has to feel that she's obligated to get intimate with you. That's not the way it works around here. But I know a lot of it goes on. A lot of these YouTubers out, let's just say in general, expats in general, that's not the way it should be. Have a little respect if you actually love your girlfriend, wife, or whatever. Okay, show her some respect. Help her out. Don't be so demanding. You want this from her. You want that from her. You have these certain expectations of her. That is wrong. Hey, I supply the money around here. I gave you a house, or, I'm the one that has the money for our survival. It shouldn't be that way, man. It's a partnership. It should be equal. Don't matter who brings in the money, him or her. You help each other out. You support each other is what you do. Drop your fucking beer bottles. And all these guys do, a lot of retirees out there, just sitting down with a fucking bottle of beer. Then they go out with the guys and get drunk too. Some of them rarely do anything with their wives or girlfriends. They want to go out with the other expats and they get drunk and tell stories about the one that got away. It's really sickening, actually. I'm not a Mormon. I'm not religious. I'm not a Quaker. None of the above. But it should be a balanced relationship on who does what. Help her out. You might surprise her a little bit. She might even be more in the mood for a little happy ending if you help her out more often. But don't be demanding. Because you're fucking horny, it means that she has to have sex on demand. Oh, that's bullshit, man. That means you don't respect your woman, whether it's in the Philippines or otherwise. It doesn't have to be in the Philippines, but I mentioned Philippines because, well, I do live in the Philippines. I am with a Filipino for a very long time. But a lot of these expats move here, and they have some grandiose expectations of what a partner really is, or what a wife really is. Yeah, they heard it. They heard it from years ago. Yeah. Marry a Filipina, you got an instant housemaid. You don't have to hire somebody. Isn't that what they say? Isn't that what they do? She'll cook for you, clean for you, wipe your ass if she had to. Does everything. And what do you do for her? That's a good question. What do you do for your Filipina? You sitting on that couch, watching the games on TV with a fucking beer in your hand, snacking on fucking donuts and whatever else, eating fried foods. It means you don't care. Oh, hey man, take it personally if you have to. Please do. If that's what you're doing, sure, take it personally. I'm making it personal. Help her out. She gets tired too. The average Filipina is stuck with so many responsibilities. To her blood family, to you and your family if you have one together. Stepkids, don't have to be married, I have stepkids. I have 2 kids that live with me. She has other children who are basically my stepkids. I don't have to be married. But she has a lot of obligations. Her mom, her family, always in touch, making sure everything's okay, keeping in touch, keeping updated. And then, allow her to do the things she wants. Allow is a horrible word because you're not in control of her. You're not a prison guard. You're not any of the above. She wants to watch these crazy Korean dramas on her phone. Let her watch it. It's irritating, I know, guys, but let her watch it. Bless her heart, She does so much. Let her do some of the activities she wants to do. Wants to go to Zumba? Let her go. She's not property. It's when you treat your woman as property, that's the problem. Don't treat your woman like they are property. They're not your employee. You don't have control over your Filipina, and you shouldn't. So I've seen a few shows on here that make me sick, really. I say if the shoe fits, wear it, whoever you may be. But I say this out of respect to the Filipinos. When I see this kind of stuff, I see it on YouTube. I've seen it outside of YouTube. Foreigners who like to take control of their Filipina. Did you marry her for love or for a future caretaker? Because, a lot of foreigners that come here to retirement age and they figure, I'm going to need a caretaker, so let me marry into a Filipina because I hear they're great caretakers. I don't wind up in a nursing home. If you need oxygen, she can get you your oxygen, whatever. Wipe your shitty ass for you, reverting back to your infancy again, You need to have your ass wiped, whatever. She'll do it for you. Nasty job, but if she loves you, she's devoted to you, she will do all the above. But what is the question? Ricky is extremely hypertensive. Off the internet?
Yeah.
Off the internet?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. All right. We had a glitch. We had a glitch in here. Anyway, I remember seeing Ricky's video where he had, I don't know, it could have been about 12 to 15 bottles of medication. Now, because of Ricky's weight, he's extremely hypertensive. We already knew that. There was no new information. about Ricky's not in good shape, man. That's why I take everything he says in jest, because Ricky's on his way out, and I do believe that he knows it very well. That's why I laugh. People come and go all the time on here, all the assholes. And he's like one of the biggest assholes on here, but no question from anybody. No doubt, rather, from anybody. When you're that overweight, I guarantee if he did an A1C test, he would be, well, his numbers would really be up. He's probably on medication for it too. We all know he has high blood pressure. And all the visceral fat that's behind his stomach, it's not just the fat that you see. That's the bad stuff. It's the fat, it's the visceral fat that is actually behind the tummy. Now that visceral fat, you know automatically he's got what you call a fatty liver. Not just a fatty looking body, but he has a fatty liver. And I'll guarantee you his glucose level is probably through the roof. Ricky's unable to sleep because he has to take a CPAP. He has to use a CPAP machine. And what surprises me, actually, that he hasn't croaked so far. That's what surprises me. It's like all these creeps that passed away on here. They were all creeps, yes, and they're all gone, long gone. One by one, they fall. Can't be put together again. They're gone. Not a further insult from any one of them. You know, you believe in magic in a young girl's heart. Do you believe in karma? Well, I'm laughing at this, but I'm sorry. But, I mean, sometimes it just couldn't happen to better people. And we know who the deserving ones are on here. We know exactly who they are. They're dead or dying. So, oh, please don't get me wrong. There's always going to be somebody to replace them. No, I'm in control of whether I want to be on YouTube or not. Let's make that clear. I pretty much proved that I can get off anytime I want. Nobody's holding a gun to my head and saying, don't do YouTube anymore. I'm the only one in control of that, Jack. Keep that in mind. I'm the only one. That's a decision that I make, not anybody else. Okay, so Ricky was making fun of, what was he saying? I'm trying to recall everything he was saying. He did a show about me. He wants a reaction. I'll give him a reaction. I have no problem with that. Never had a problem before. Ricky, with all the money you supposedly have, you don't have the money to fix your teeth and put a spacer or something in there on that big hole that you have in your top teeth. You mean to tell me the guy who's living a five-star lifestyle can't even afford to fix his teeth? Well, the second thing, Ricky, you couldn't get a real woman to save your life. The fact that's so pitiful is that you have to buy them, rent them. And one of the things that shut out is you're not exactly heterosexual, are you? I think not. And you proved that to all of us. Oh, how wonderful that was to see. Slipping your tongue down a lady boy's mouth. And God knows what you did. God knows what you did afterwards at the hotel or at your mansion. Purely disgusting. Ricky, you could talk about me, you could talk about a lot of people on here. Like Phil Collins sang, take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. That you are, my boy. You're just an empty shell. Just playing the field, doing the numbers every day, walking around, getting your food, making your shows, You're treated to your so-called five-star lifestyle in one of the dumpiest apartment complexes known in Mandawi. Doing pretty good. But I got a $2,000 bed, he says. Oh, okay. That just negates everything right there. You got a $2,000 bed. But you still live in a dump. I guess one question I'd have for you, Ricky. In all your years, what has this all added up to? What did you accomplish? You're walking around the streets, you're going from town to town, country to country, over the borders, and still haven't been able to land a live one. I mean, when I say a live one that you didn't have to pay for. Sounds like a sad life to me. Your reputation is out there, boy. Solidly. Only thing I want to know. If you're buried here in the Philippines, if you were, I just want to know where you're buried. So I could go there and dance on your grave. Oh, that I would. Music and all. I'll bring some music. I'll record it. And enjoy every minute of it. Because you are a scumbag. A bona fide, proven scumbag. You talk about a lot of people on here. But Rickster, you gotta understand, you gotta take a step back and look at your own life. What have you accomplished? You accomplished absolutely nothing. You remember the times you were walking around Vegas, picking up those little free meal tickets that people dropped on the floor around the casinos. That's got to be one of the lowest moments of your life. If you don't know, Ricky was a insurance salesman. I don't know what's worse, car salesman or insurance salesman. Ricky didn't accomplish much in his life. He doesn't have a house to show. Doesn't have an apartment that he could be proud of. But if he's making $8,000 a month, American, you would think he'd have something to show for it. Nada, nothing. He gets fatter and fatter and fatter. And his heart is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And what he eats, it's like nonstop. I know what he looks like because I've met him on several occasions. He admitted when I seen him in SNR that he couldn't even find a pair of walk-around shorts his size. You might think that's impossible. There's got to be. Well, his waist is so far out, and so is his ass, and his hips and thighs. It actually made Nico's legs look actually skinny in comparison. Ricky, your time on this earth ain't gonna be long, bro. You'll be another dead asshole. Just like I rejoiced when Barry went to prison, I'm gonna rejoice when your day comes. You will never outlive my age. That's just not gonna happen. Not with your diet, not with your weight, not with all the medical conditions that you have, not with your high blood pressure, not with your drinking, you're not going to be here too much longer. So, what do I say to that? Oh, well, you sow what you reap, my boy. And I will tell you. I mean, I can't put a date on when this is going to happen. But under conditions you're living, your lifestyle, buddy, you ain't got far to go. So go ahead and enjoy yourself. Rent your lady boys and have fun. Why not? But why don't you just admit that you go both ways? Well, am I making this up? We all saw you on camera with this horrendous lady boy. You all liquored up, and nobody put a roofie in your drink, buddy. You didn't roofie. I take pleasure, yes I do, in knowing that your time is limited. One by one, all the creeps are dying. Roberto was on his deathbed. Ed Lippett died. He was an asshole. Fazio died. He was an asshole. That other guy died. A couple of other people also died. They were all assholes. I know. You don't believe in karma. You never do. Barry's in jail. Is that karma? What is it? Well, she didn't do nothing. Well, he's in jail for no reason. What's it all? Yeah. 6.01, that means you're diabetic. Yeah. Ricky, you're diabetic. 5.7, okay, is, and below is the ideal. See, the thing with me is, the difference between me and you is a big difference between me and you. The difference between me and you, I'm not on a constant binge on sugar and all that crap, okay? So when they measure your past 3 months, and listen carefully on this. Your diet is constantly like that. Beer, loaded with sugar. Liquor, loaded with sugar. Your diet that you eat, everything's sugar and carbs, all right? You're on your way to your deathbed. You know it, and I know it. How are you winning if you're A1C? How are you winning if you're A1C? You have to be, Dumbo, 5.7 and below. You just said that you're 6.1. So you are diabetic. And probably one of the medicines you're taking is for diabetes. So you're sitting there laughing, making a comment. Winning. Mine is 6.1, he says. How are you winning? If you're anything over 5.7, you're not winning. Now, my number was pre-diabetic. You are full-blown diabetic at 6.1, just to let you know. Look it up, don't have to believe me. So you are diabetic. And you're diabetic and your numbers are probably even higher at other times, according to what you ate the prior 3 months. Now, in my situation, there was a period of time I did these ice cream, there were events, I had some cakes, I had some chocolate chip cookies that were home baked. So they go by a 3-month period, Rickster. So it's kind of a false positive type of thing on there, because that's not your actual everyday numbers. But they go back 3 months, I looked into this. And as long as you watch your sugar level and your carbs, your numbers will go back to normal. But when you've been doing the kind of diet that you've been doing for a long time, Ricky, I think your numbers have always been high. Face the fact, you've got type 2 diabetes. Hey, you gave out the numbers. You said 6.1, you thought it was funny. You beat me. Ricky, listen. I'm pre-diabetic. You are diabetic. There's a difference. Now we got that straightened out. How's life going for you, Ricky? not too good. You can't keep on doing what you're doing all the time and expect something good to come out of it. That's pretty obvious. And all your shenanigans on YouTube, if it isn't your health, someday somebody's going to call you bluff. And all these people that you insult on here, it's going to come back at you big time. You just might meet the right person, but you sure as hell didn't stand up to Mick Fisher, did you? That was another embarrassing moment of yours. Mick told me himself, his own mouth, that your face turned colors. He thought you were going to drop of a heart attack when he stood in front of you. Where was your big mouth then? You started getting apologetic to Mick, didn't you? Oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it. That's what happens every time Rick encounters somebody in the mall or something that let's just say he did bad to. All of a sudden, he kind of breaks down and, I was only joking. Come on, Yeah, Rick, we know your style. You're a coward. You've always been a coward. You wouldn't face up, not even to me. Because that day in SNR, I meant business. And you cowered down to me in front of Gilda as a witness. You're big in size and girth, but you're just a coward in nature. You use your mouth as a weapon and as a tool. And your mouth also has gotten you into the great physical condition you presently are in. And do something about your freaking hair. At least get some better wigs. And with all your money and your 5-star lifestyle, why don't you fix the space between your teeth? What's with that? Well, gee, if you smoked, that would make an excellent cigarette holder, wouldn't it? Perfect space. Maybe you should start smoking. You might as well. It don't matter. It's your health at this point. Smoke, drink, whatever. Don't make a difference at this point. You're too far gone. Ricky, you're just going to be another statistic on here. That's all you're going to be. The big talk on here is they find out that Ricky finally croaked. Another creep gone. And I swear, on anything that's good in my life, if I know where you're buried and it's reachable, I will be at that gravestone. I will dance on your grave. I will. I won't piss on it, though. I'll be a little kinder, but I'll dance on it. I'll dance on it. See, there goes another freaking obnoxious asshole. Bites the dust. Say bye, Ricky. Ricky. Guess we're gonna have to go to a better spot. Yeah, give me a second here. I'm just walking to my backyard. Know what I'm saying? Just when I'm beginning to enjoy myself. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm coming or going. I don't know. Oh, decisions. I don't know. I came back. I think I stirred the pot a little bit. Or kind of joggled the hornet's nest. Something like that. Oh, is he recording me again? I haven't been to the Popeye show in a while because he hasn't, I don't know. He's getting back to the recording. Hey, he's pretty bored over there in Florida. I'll tell you that. What could he do, really? So, I imagine he was recording me again. That's all right. Like I said, people's time is a coming. People's time is coming. Look how many people we lost, you know? One guy was smart enough, and that was the tropical martini, and he was smart enough to get off. Yeah. I gotta give him credit for that. Tropical martini got off. He wanted reality. He thought it was a great idea. Now let me do a YouTube channel and meet all kinds of people. Oh, was he really? Yeah, I haven't been to Popeye's show. I can't even stand listening to his voice, never let's watch the show anymore. It's the same shit all the time. Just over and over crap, redundancy, with a capital R, highlighted and, and neon lights. What do you expect from an invalid and a moron like him? Oh, right. I ain't got enough people on here to really regurgitate a few syllables here. I don't know if I should wait or whatever. I don't know. Oh, anyway, I'm giving it some thought. Always giving something thought. Because I'm a thoughtful person. God, the leaves that come off this tree, even my neighbor. These are, I don't know, these are not really deciduous trees here. But they are, with no wind, by the way. I want to talk about any prevailing winds. You can hear me. Well, here, I can show you anyway. Yes, so my toenails are clipped, by the way. Hello, farewell. Well, we keep busy around here. Well, I certainly do, I can tell you that. Well, we both do, actually. This was a daily thing. I mean, look at the leaves. And we had cut a lot of branches off this tree, let me tell you. I got to get a regular fan rake, You could buy them here somewhere, but it doesn't come with a pole. But I could make that work with another pole that has some threading on it. I believe I could do that. I'm always busy when I'm on here. That's why I'm always preoccupied. A lot of times I am, anyway.
Hi.
You going to give me it outside?
No, because I
Subservient or what? You going to give me my meal outside? Okay. What a woman, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. God bless her, God bless her. God bless her. Somebody. Yeah, after a hiatus of 3+ months, which was fantastic, actually, if I didn't say that. I didn't feel the need to come back on here at all. Had a lot of people were talking about that. Oh, he'll be on in 3 days. But that wasn't the case. No. All right, what do we got here? I'm having a healthy meal here tonight. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. We got cucumber, we got carrots, and we got beans. Lovely meal. Lovely meal. This is the kind of food, majority of the food I eat here. Just got to stay away from that occasional ice cream or occasional cookie or something. I'm all good to go, actually. Okay. What does she season this with? Not bad. Now that's tasty. I eat a lot of kidney beans. I really love it for the fiber and the protein. See, this is how you eat. All right? You don't engorge yourself with every goddamn freaking saturated fat crap that you could put in your mouth. I gotta ask her what she put in here. I went to the market myself and I picked out carrots and cucumbers. I bought my kidney beans. And I said, that's what I want to eat tonight. And she made it up for me. This is healthy. This is healthy eating. You think those very healthy vloggers out there, you think they're eating like this? No. No, answer it. No. I don't think so. I highly doubt it. I had a laugh earlier. Ricky said his A1C was 66.1. The idiot doesn't realize that anything over 5.7, you're diabetic. Nah, I'm not getting in that game. Popeye's complete redundancy. You've seen one show of his, you've seen them all. It's the same shit. He's coming out of his cocoon. And I gave him reason to come out. Oh, you know, my videos are always around. Popeye will always get a hold of it. One thing they didn't have was some apples. Well, I don't know. You say somebody's broke. How much you have to have in the bank to be considered broke? Or, how much you gotta have in the bank to be considered, in good shape? That was never mentioned. Well, what else? Well, what else is he gonna spend his money on? Of course, he's spending it on bar girls. That's what he does. He can't get a real woman to be interested in him. He sure gets the lady boys, though. How do we know that he's not a lady boy? No one's ever asked that question. Yeah. How do we know? Hold on, something important here. Okay, that's from my veterinarian. How do I afford veterinarians that come to the house? That was my veterinarian. That's actually good. Now, in regards to the so-called getting scammed by somebody, that was my girlfriend's dealings with somebody. And the truth is, on interest, she did really good. But then the girl fucked up, which fucked everybody else up. No, she had a good business going. There's no Indian shit. It had nothing to do with land. Of course, Ricky came up with that one. No, he shows his apartment. It's, well, the bed portion. He lives in a little rat hole in Mandawi at Decca Homes, D-E-C-C-A, Decca Homes. It's a roach-infested Section 8 type of housing. They have several buildings, older buildings. See, the way I see it is like this. He was making $8,000 a month. There's nowhere in the world that he's going to live in such a rat hole like that. I don't buy it. I don't buy the story. Because he likes to flaunt the so-called five-star lifestyle. So if he was making that kind of money per month, he would flaunt it. I mean, he'd be the first one to do it. Flaunt his lifestyle. So far, he hasn't impressed anybody. Sure hasn't impressed me. Ah, John. Nice, light meal. Very nice. Very healthy. That's the kind of food I predominantly eat, actually. For real. Predominantly, that's what I eat. I think it's a whole healthier lifestyle I got in so many ways than a lot of these YouTubers out there. Webby says, your mate Steve, anyway, Biggie and Brevis, 2 examples. Yeah. Pardon me, I had to drink a little water here. Nah, neither one of these guys impressed me at all, or nor did they impress anybody else for that fact. Yeah, Brevis, yeah, well, Bitcoin millionaire, right? Yeah, right. You gotta be awfully gullible to believe half the shit you hear on here. I mean, you really, shit, you are actually gullible. Put that light on. You have the damn curtains open here. Okay. Mr. Bill. I've been good, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What was that? Ricky's making a big deal. I beat you, Frank. My A1C is 6.1. Because I did a little ditty about getting my report. It goes back for 3 months, you know. And I had what was it? Forgot what my number was, but he's actually diabetic on his number. Well, I mean, I know Ricky's diabetic. All that visceral fat and the kind of food he eats and not be diabetic. It's nearly impossible. Don't have to be a doctor to figure that one out. Yeah, they all got problems, man. Hope you didn't just figure that out. I hear church music playing. Oh man, on another note, people are really getting all hyped up on the other story. Philippines didn't see enough. Boy, if they didn't see enough. It's all over the news worldwide about the Philippines, and yes, the people who were talking about tourism tanking out, yeah, they're pretty much right on that, man. Yeah, you're diabetic if you're 7.0, absolutely. Not even pre-diabetic, you're diabetic. Absolutely diabetic. Here's the deal. But as I said, what did they do on the A1C test? I always call it an AC1 because it's an A1C. What they do is the test goes back for 3 months. How do you determine the past 3 months? I don't know. So, what did you eat during those 3 months? Now, if you're doing the kind of food on a daily basis, you're definitely diabetic. The numbers would be more than correct. But during that 3 months, let's see, we've had earthquakes, we've had all kinds of shit going on. Sorry about that. I moved around to a dead area. I posted a link of Tim Chin on the comments. Oh. What I was trying to say is they go back 3 months. So whatever you ate during those 3 months during that time, your body has a memory. And it's going to show up a little extra high, especially if you, during that 3 months, were snacking on a few things that you probably should have been snacking on, which I did. I've taken my A1C before. It's always been below 5.7. This is a regular thing. If you got a steady reading on your A1C of being over 5.7, then you're diabetic. Yeah. Ricky's sucking the old big. Yeah, I mean, that's all sugar and all kinds of, Now, Ricky's not in good shape. I mean, there's no question about it. Not knocking him or anything. I'm just telling you the facts. He is not in good shape at all. He should be not the one talking here. Now, Ricky is not going to be around. You can't, let me explain something. You can't walk around with that kind of weight all the time. And you can't be drinking, and especially the fact that he's got high blood pressure, he's hypertensive. And I know he's diabetic. You cannot be diabetic, considering what he eats, what he drinks, and his weight, all the visceral fat that goes well beyond what you see on the external part of somebody's body and tummy, okay? So he keeps sucking the beer down and liquor and all that shit. It just goes without saying, man. He's not going to be around that much longer, man. That's why I laugh. Ricky could say all he wants about me. He's not phasing me at all. He's been doing this for years with me, just about everybody else. There's nothing new about what he does. There's nothing new what he does at all. That was actually good. What did you season it with?
Black pepper, salt, little bit of cheese.
Oh, you put a little cream cheese in there? You said cheese, didn't you?
Ano? Butter, little bit butter.
A little bit of butter's okay. Yeah, it was actually tasty. Ran out of olive oil. The only olive oil they have around here, to be honest with you, is it's in a clear bottle, which is a no-no just to begin with. You don't want to drink olive oil in a clear bottle because, it'll decompose. Yeah, definitely. You're not getting a good quality product. I buy the extra virgin. I mean, it's worth the money. That I can tell you. Now, my diet is all around pretty good. What's that, mate Webby? Hey, Frank, do you think the bummer would still be incarcerated after 900 days? Well, he's still there. Well, unless he pays his dues, I mean, he's just going to remain there for an extended period of time. I can tell you that. I know that as a fact from my attorneys. I know it from my research, and I know it from my attorneys. Said the same thing. So if they're both saying the same thing, must be correct. Yeah, it's that word subsidiary imprisonment. Don't pay your court-ordered fines and penalties, then they will keep you until you do. There is, I think, a limitation of 2.5 years, but even if he was going to be extra imprisonment of 2.5 years, he's still going to have a responsibility for those fines and fees and penalties, whatever. Which means that even if there was a stiff chance that he could ever come back, which he can't, to Philippines, he wouldn't be able to. He'd have to pay all these fines, and I imagine it might gain interest too. He'd owe a lot more money than he owes the court and me. So yeah, I think that's how it stands. He likes it there. Yeah, maybe he does. He was made for jail. It's this kind of people. But I could see him cowering in that prison. Remember that animation, whatever, it was funny. with somebody that looked like Bummer, the bald head and everything, and just looked exactly like him. And this guy was putting in a jail cell, and this big old guy was kind of fucking with the guy, and the jailbird that looked like Barry was just scared out of his mind, especially the way that guy was looking at him like he was tonight's dinner. Yeah, he said he was sick in there. Who knows what kind of sickness he had in there. I don't think that he's had the greatest time in there. I mean, besides the obvious, he's lucky to have a fan. Besides the hot weather and humidity and the overcrowding and everything over there, even if he's segregated from other areas with the detention people, he did mention on his own post that he hates the Chinese. They're filthy creatures, he said. Well, if he has that attitude, it's probably been expressed to them somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if he had the shit kicked out of him a few times already. No, he's never, nah. You're talking about Bummer, yeah, he's got to be in pretty shit poor shape, Unless the dude's been working out on the weights, and I don't think he could lift a weight, Maybe he'll come out of there looking like early Schwarzenegger or something. I don't think so. And I don't know what he's living on for money. I have no idea. I mean, I think he's predominantly eating the whatever they serve up every day, which is basically, I heard it's a bad enough rice, which he doesn't like. It's a soggy rice. Okay, it's like really soggy and wet. And there's a few vegetables I'm going to throw in there, probably some kind of things he doesn't like. And also, he gets real lucky, and he doesn't like fish. They throw some fish heads or something in there or something. 2 times a week, I think they get fish. Otherwise, it's basically rice and vegetables. Yeah. Pretty much, Bill. Pretty much. Sounds like fun, huh? Oh, he wants me in there real bad. But you know what? He wouldn't want me in there. Because if I have access to the phone like he does, I'll tell you right off the bat, I've got the videos of him downplaying Chinese, Filipinos, you name it. Tell them the real story about this guy. And he's not going to be very popular. He's probably not very popular right now, but maybe he's popular in a certain way. Who knows, if you know what I'm talking about. Now, he's not a tough guy in prison when he's around a real bunch of real tough guys. You get hardened when you're in prison, but he's had the experience before. He spent 6 months in jail for beating up his wife in Alabama, so he's been down that road before, actually, so it should be nothing new to him. Yeah, he has been in there a long time, but, I'm not going to argue that point like with Big E or anybody. I mean, what Big E thinks, he should have spent 1 day in immigration, but should have been deported, but Big E keeps on forgetting about the fact that there was 5 charges against him of cyber libel, and he pleaded guilty to it. So, I mean, there's nothing more to say about it. I don't care what Big E thinks. Who the fuck is he? Bummer committed some crimes. I didn't make up the laws. And he pleaded guilty to it, so guilty as charged, and I mean, that's it. And they got him on ice now, because he doesn't want to pay the court-appointed fees. He's hellbound not to pay me the 250,000 smackaroni pesos that he owes me. So, who's he hurting? He's not hurting me. He's not hurting me at all. Contrary to what Ricky thinks, I'm not that broke. All I mentioned was that, yes, I did spend a considerable amount of money with all this legal shit. Of course. I said that. I didn't say I was broke. Okay. I should wear my glasses because I'm having you wonder if I should put these other ones. I don't know where my good glasses are. Mine's are okay, but sort of not okay, but sometimes they're better some days than other days. I don't know. I need to wear these old ones. I can at least see through them anyway. I got a pair of prescription glasses, but I never wear them like on a regular basis. Okay, what do we got here? They would love his different color eyes at my mate Webby. Bummer saving his money to hopefully find a rental back home or buy a secondhand car to sleep in. Yeah, that's what I gathered. No, it's like I said, it's not like he doesn't have the money. He's got the money. He just don't want to spend it on the court and me because he has to have some money to go back with. He'll wind up on the street, and his family ain't going to take him in. They want nothing to do with him, and his so-called friends. And none of them helped him out. I mean, that gives you a hint right there. I mean, the way I see it, I don't know how you think about it, but I could tell you my opinion. If he had friends back home and the family who gave a shit, it's not a lot of money. They would have found a way to get him out, to come home. He's going to China. Yeah, he should go to China. Oh, they'd love him there. Ricky has been in Ozempic for 3 months. Now he's on Ozempic. By the way, that's a dangerous drug. I don't know if you know about that, but I didn't want to get into that. He's been on Ozempic. Well, what good is Ozempic if he's going to eat the way he eats? If he's going to continue drinking, what good is Ozempic? Mr. Yeah, to go in China to be with his new friend from prison. Big Bird says he ain't so far anymore. I don't know what you mean. He's not taking Ozempic, it's not working. Well, if he's taking Ozempic, then it's not working. Yeah, I heard it's not a safe drug to take, by the way. I can't get all the details on it because I'm a little cloudy on it, but I read something, and I usually do read about certain things. And it's not the best thing to take for weight loss. Ricky needs to get a gastric bypass like Roberto did. That's the only thing that's going to help him out because once your stomach is reduced, you can only eat so much, but then you have to control everything else like booze, beer, all that stuff, and it doesn't mean because you eat less you're going to eat better. Eating better is something you need to do whether you have a gastric bypass or not. He said a cabin was attacking you, Frank, a couple of months. Well, cabin's always attacking me. When is he not? He's another one that ain't going to last long because he's still got a lot of weight on him, too. It's one by one, man. They're dropping like flies. Bill said, are you talking about Kevin that lost 35 pounds, or are you talking about Ricky? JG says, what happened to Ricky's Halloween Angeles City live stream? It never happened. Well, things are not going the way Ricky wants to go, and it hasn't been for a long time. Remember, he started attacking the Philippines women again. He says it's over. The young guys with the money are taking over. The Filipinos don't want these old guys. And the fact is that Ricky can't get a woman that's truly interested in him without him paying for it. So, of course, you're going to start knocking Philippine women. Say it's over. It's over in the Philippines. It's gone. You can't get women in the Philippines. Let me rephrase that statement for reality purposes and say it's not that you can't get women in the Philippines. There's plenty of them. And good looking too, man. It's just that he can't get any woman to be seriously interested in him. Yeah. Dying from the inside. Yeah, that he is. Gaunt face. Yeah, Ozempic, right. It's not right for everyone. I did a little reading on that. There was some bugaboo about that medicine. But it's worth trying if nothing else does. But here's the thing. You can't take Ozempic forever. Now, you could take Ozempic and follow the rules and instructions, and you could get to lose some serious weight. But since you can't take Ozempic what you do after you take your doses of Ozempic and you lose weight, you have to stick to a proper diet, or else you're just going to gain that weight back. In fact, I think Big Kevin, Region 6, Big Kevin, I think gained a little weight, at least for the last time I saw his show. Looks like he might have gained a few pounds back, actually. Region says, Kevin looks to have... I just said that. Okay, we're both agreeing then. Kevin looks to have gained some weight since moving back in the basement. Well, yeah. He's got more access to more readily available food of different types. It's like a potpourri of all kinds of wonderful food and snacks and all kinds of shit, he'll go right back. So I don't think Kevin has a fantastic longevity ahead of him. Nor do I think Ricky does. Yeah, you'll just hear it, or maybe you won't. Someday you may not hear him on again. Nobody knows what happens. Sometimes that's the way it's happened. Something happens to somebody, and you wonder, well, where is he? When something actually happened to him. Yeah, it's the way it works, man. JD says within the last few years, we have lost Johnny Warrior, Mike Kaysen, Fazio, Jules, Dave Bachman, and several more. Ed Lippett, we also lost Ed Lippett. Yeah. Big Bird says, I remember Cabin buying all that ramen at 7-Eleven in Pattaya. And partially because he was spending all his money on the whores, he wasn't even getting laid, man. He was bored out of his mind. He tried to make it sound like his great move to be in Vietnam or Thailand. He's having a time of his life. No, man, the only excitement he had is when he'd meet up with Big E or somebody, and they would always treat him to dinner. He'd never pay for theirs. He was buying ramen because, you're out there, no friends, you got to talk to somebody. So he was buying his company. That's where his money went, man. Bastos Cult says, did you see the girl's toxic, what's this? I got to bring back the message. Let me scroll back down here if I can. Did you see the girl's toxic ego passed off to Nico and Fisher? Let's just say they have no competition when they take those girls out. I don't know, where's this? Oh, Mark Thornton. Wow, there's a lot of people that went, man. Big E likes to display his women with, they all got the filters. I mean, you've seen them without filters, right? That's all I'm going to say. But he uses filters when he does those shorts on them. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm sure you've been able to figure that out by yourself. Your mate, Steve. Oh. Your mate, Steve. Which Steve is this? You mean, hello to all you lovely people? Stefan, Steve? Who are you talking about? Regent says Don C. fell and couldn't get up. His real age was exposed, and now he's embarrassed. What happened with that? I don't know. JD says, and many more quit YouTube, like Tim K and Andy Omar. Even a new guy just came on, which is Tropical Martini, couldn't handle it. Yeah. Let's see. My mate Webby. Oh. Honeyco probably scammed Big E big time. Well, I don't know. You seen what you seen on his Facebook page that time. That's all I can say. And that's all I'm going to talk about. You make your own impressions from what you seen on Facebook and what he had to say and just go with that. And you can put two and two together and figure out what happened. That's all I can say there. Boston's Cult says, Frank, why do you think Fisher wanted to hide that he was with the teacher? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. He was hiding it, though. I don't know why. He didn't want her to be on camera. He did not. I slipped once or twice, but he was adamant about not showing her on camera. So was he embarrassed of her? I mean, why was he hiding it? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Region 6 says, notice how Big E doesn't allow Honeyco to bring her other child along with the harem? I don't know. I haven't noticed. JD says, seems like Frank will absolutely be the last man standing. Well, you saw what I was eating tonight. It was cucumbers, beans, carrots, a little bit of butter, salt and pepper, a little bit of salt, not much. The dashiest dash. And it was absolutely delicious, man. I eat stuff. Lord, that kind of stuff I put in wraps. Oh, hell. Should have done that, actually. I got all these wraps. Of course, they're flour tortillas. That's carbohydrates. But, yeah, I'm not going to be eating any more rice anymore. I got brown rice, which is healthy to eat. I might make that sometime. But I'm a big potato guy, roasted potatoes and all that. I'm a sucker for potatoes, man, if it's roasted especially. Mashed, love them, Mashed and roasted are my favorite. Especially if got a little rosemary on them or something, or oregano. I love potatoes. That's my downfall. Basto says Honeyco has the anchor baby now, linked to the toxic ego's wallet. Okay. I don't know, this could very well be my last show here. I've been thinking about it. I got off for quite a while. For me, that was quite a while, how long I was off, considering. I stirred up the pot a little bit, swiped the bees, the hornet's nest, and all the hornets are coming out. Mick Fisher's here. Mick Fisher says that she was there to be a witness. A witness of what? I brought paperwork and a payment offer. You were too stupid to make a deal. You didn't bring shit. Here we go, another lie, folks. I would have definitely talked about that. Mick, why do you lie so much? And what do you hate me so much for, man? I dislike you, but I don't hate you. I don't agree with your train of thought about Barry and stuff, but that's okay. You don't have to agree whether you think Barry should be in here a long time or a short time, anything like that, Mick. You didn't bring no fucking paperwork. Guys, I will tell you straight up. Mick didn't bring no paperwork. Mick didn't bring anything. I'm not going to get rid of him either. I'm not going to block him. Let's read what he said. She was there to be a witness. I brought paperwork and a payment offer. You were too stupid to make a deal to save your ass. Well, there was no offer made with me, and I would not have taken it. Okay, when I make up my mind about something, Mixter, I make up my mind. Was Honeyco with another foreigner before Big E? I don't know. I really don't know. Some things I could answer, some things I can't. Mr. Bill says, did you ever see tallow or animal fat for sale in the Philippines? I don't think so. Region 6 says, Fisher spotted walked around Cebu with a backpack and pink shorts, LMAO. Yeah, he's kind of interesting on his fashion, but hey, to each his own, man. Region 6 says, drops everything to follow ego to Vietnam. Loser. Quoting. Big Bird says, McFish jealous that Frank looks better in yoga shorts. I don't know about that. Mick Fisher says, you said you might consider 1 million pesos. I said to hell with it. I never said such, Mick. You're such a fucking liar. You're such a fucking liar. I would not have accepted even 2 million pesos to drop my case on Barry. It was not going to happen. I don't know how much you think I have in the bank or how much I don't. But I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. I felt what Barry did, he deserved to get his jail time. But you don't have to agree with me, that's fine. Your logic is way off, and so is Biggie's, okay? You know damn well if you were in my shoes and somebody called you a fucking, and maybe they ruined your reputation with a job or a career or something, or broke up a family because of that. Come on, man. Please don't tell me that you're going to take it lightly. You take your fist, if anything, and you'd pound Barry or whoever it was like a goddamn railroad spike is what you would do. So don't give me that shit, please. Don't even go there. Don't even go there. Offer 1 million. Ha. Boston says Fisher has low self-esteem, following a toxic ego like a puppy dog, and accepting a 1-star girlfriend pawned off by ego. Okay. Region 6 says it's a bad look for Yats to be associated with these types of expats. She can be whoever she wants to be with. Yeah, he's a tall guy. I think he's bigger than Biggie. No, maybe bigger, he's taller. No, Mick Fisher's a big guy. I met him, yeah. But at least Mick Fisher, he works out. And he's not like, Jim's Asian Adventures, who builds up this exterior muscle. But the thing is, they're both, up in age. But I'll give Mick Fisher credit when it's due. He does work out. Yeah. See, I'm not trashing Mick. I will say things that are positive about Mick if I can think of one. The guy works out. That's a positive thing. Is he a liar? Fuck yeah, he's a liar. Region 6 says, Fisher, ego, in a harem. That's a bad look. I wonder if the locals point and stare. Big Bird says, McFish is the admin of the High Roaders Discord. Yeah, absolutely. I have nothing against Mick, except he's a liar. Everything he stated on my show, I didn't even block him. Everything he stated on the show, my show right now, was an out-and-out lie. He didn't come there with no paperwork. He didn't come to make me an offer. Nothing of that. That's all bullshit. That's another reason I could never trust you, Mick. Because as long as you associate with certain people, I could never trust you. And even me and Gilda talked about it, and after our meetings, she said, I don't trust the guy. He's here on a mission. And I was a little stupid at the time. I said, what mission? Like I didn't see through it, right? But she did. She had more of an open mind than I did at the time. But then as I thought about it, I said, you're probably right. This was a discovery mission or something to try to get me to drop the charges against Barry. Mick didn't need to meet me. He came there with a purpose. He wasn't just vacationing. I mean, he's been to Santa Fe before. I can't say he didn't come there for vacation too, but, he took yachts along with him to come there. And why was he hiding her, though? Because when I was, they decided to go out in a little kayak thingy to have over here, over at one of the, places we went to. And anyway, I don't, I don't want her on camera, is what he said. She didn't want to be on camera. Okay. I think she might have been in there in one video, I'm not sure accidentally, but he adamantly did not want her on camera. So I was thinking, I said to Gilda, I said, what is he trying to hide? Is she a good friend of his or in a relationship? I mean, why hide it? I never understood that. Why hide it? That doesn't make her look good if he wants to hide her. Why does he have to hide anything? Is he embarrassed of her for some reason? I don't know. Fuck, I don't know everything. Not pretend I know. Mick Fisher says, those were your exact words during the trike ride back from Lagoon. What did I say? What was my words? What was my words? Regent says, with a lonely life you lead, Fisher, but I assume you're used to it. Mick Fisher says, 1 million pesos. Another lie. Mick, I never said such. And there's nothing that bad in my memory. No. And I wouldn't have took the offer. Mick, I'm not as broke as you think I am. Okay, sure, I put a lot of money out on legal shit, but I'm not as broke as you think I am. I didn't just have the money from the house when I sold it. I still had money from way back when I sold my house in Seattle. And there were some other things I had going too. You all think I'm broke as a skunk. I joke about it a lot. All I said was that, yes, I did spend a lot of money, as much as 400,000 pesos, which is not a lot, but it's not a little, on Barry's case. I didn't spend any more than 400,000. For these lawyers, that was actually pretty good. I think I got a good deal on everything they did for me, so I did pretty good. I did pretty good, actually. Regent says, okay, got that. 1 million pesos, my fucking lily white ass. Big Birch says 1 million pesos is chump change for McFish, according to Ego. I don't know. What do we really know, okay? I don't think Mick is broke. I don't think Big E is broke. But I can't say how much they're worth. Big E says that he's worth a lot more than him. It's possible there's something called inheritance. I think Big E got his money from an inheritance. Come on, Newport Beach, California, born and raised. There you go. Who's to say Mick Fisher? He's an older age. Could have had parents that left him money. The fuck do I know? But whatever, Yeah, he's still in jail, Warthog. Mikey says, Mick is a top bloke from all reports. Warthog says, is Barry still in jail? That is Viking son. 400,000 actually is a fortune for the Filipino. Yeah. Well, I'm not a Filipino. And everybody thinks that all I had saved up was, I spent about the same price on the kidney stone shit. I'm still alive. I'm still eating. I'm not thrown out on the street, So there you go. Regent says, is it Viking? That says more about the company you keep. Yeah. Mick Fisher says, I will give you credit. You are the champion of nameless, faceless bitches in your chat. Okay, thanks for the compliment. They're all good people in my chat. They see the truth for what it is. Warthog says, oh my God, how long has Barry been in jail for now? No, it's not for overstaying. You must be new. Barry had 5 counts of cyber libel against him, charged by me. And he pleaded guilty to all 5 charges. The court said, we decided to quicken this up because this was going to drag out. I just wanted to get it over with. Me and the lawyers agreed. Get him to plead guilty. It's exactly what he did. So I did him a favor in a way, because if I went all through this case, he was already seen guilty as, the videos we put up. There's no question about it. Even Barry got shocked when a big screen in the courtroom showed him, and he's standing there with his mouth open. Later on, he said, where the fuck did he get those videos? I told him I had them, man. He's been in jail almost 3 years. Viking says Barry will rot in jail. IKEA said hi. Hello, IKEA. How are you? You ever been to Hawaii? I'm not a hateful person. I don't hate Big E, and I don't hate Mick. I think Mick could be a very cordial person, but hanging around with Big E, some things kind of influenced him. I don't know. It's a good old boys club is what it is. Everybody has their own opinion about Barry, and I have my own. I did what I felt needed to be done. And I'll say this for the last time, only for your ears, Mick or Big Ego, whatever. If you were in my shoes, I don't want to hear anything bullshit other than that. If you were in my shoes and somebody labeled you for 4 years, going all over social media, okay? And you had family, peers, friends, and everybody thought you were some kind of a child predator, I don't think you'd be a happy camper, Mick. I really don't think you'd be a happy camper. If you can't understand it, then I guess you never will. So quit with the bullshit that Barry should have just got, a day in jail for overstaying, should have got deported. But you keep on failing to mention his 5 cybercrime charges. You always conveniently don't mention that. Why is that, Mick? Nick Fisher says, use your real name, Miko, coward. Who's that he's talking to? Region? Region says, Fisher's living out of a suitcase. Imagine where you are in that life, that you can't just drop everything to follow ego. Laughing my ass off. So strange. Warthog says, no, I'm not new, but I've lost interest a while back. Just getting caught up. How long is Barry's sentence? He doesn't have a sentence. He pleaded guilty. Okay, I didn't carry the court case to the end where I waited for the judge to make his decision. He could have got 10 years. But me and my lawyers decided, instead of dragging this out and me have to pay a lot more fees, let's agree to something. Let him plead guilty, which we cleverly got him to do. It was like artwork. Like artwork. Well, I do have a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. Came in good for something. Man of the arts. It was fantastic, like a well-oiled machine. Got him to plead guilty, and he thought he was going to be free and on his way home, but it didn't work out that way. The judge says, you're going to have to pay the court $250,000 Jack. And to the victim, you're going to have to pay $250,000 to this guy, meaning me, yours truly. He didn't anticipate that. And that's what happened. Viking Son did, you did a service to the community. I believe I did. I did a service to myself, certainly, but I certainly did it for the community. And Bastos is Miko. All right, he's behaving, so, I don't care. I didn't knock you off, Mick. It's good to hear your opinion about stuff. I know your opinion. Mr. Bill says, when you started on Gilda, who was starting on Gilda? Oh, Barry, yeah. Viking Son says, 250 is not enough for your expenses. No, of course not. But it's okay. I accomplished what I needed to do. So if it meant losing 400,000. I mean, I wasn't going to the poorhouse and losing 400,000. I got the job done. I'm very proud of myself for that. It took a lot of effort, man. I probably put more time in this than my own lawyers did, to be honest with you. Actually, I did. Not to be scared of Mick. Mick's not going to beat me up. Big Bird says Brevis called McFish out and he no-showed. Whatever. We got a lot of winners on here, but I'm not a hateful person. They try to make me out to be. I don't hate Mick Fisher at all. I don't hate Big E at all. I don't. I dislike them because of the bullshitting and all the lies they put out about me. I could dislike somebody. I could disrespect somebody, absolutely, but I don't hate him. I have no reason to hate Mick Fisher or Big Ego. Hating is a pretty hefty word. Yeah. Big Bird says, Warthog, Bummer has the money, but wants his subs to pay. Well, of course, duh. That was his whole MO the whole time he's ever been on YouTube. I mean, seriously. But it was nice meeting you, Mick. It actually was. It was nice meeting you, even though you had an underhanded reason, to meet me. It dawned on me for a while, then Gilda brought it up to me, and she said, "Are you feeling what I'm feeling?" I said, "I don't know, what are you feeling?" I think he came down here because he said, "You remember Frank that he was always trying to defend Barry?" I said, "Yeah." Didn't think Barry should get that much time. I said, "Yeah, it does sound suspicious that Mick was willing to meet up with me and all that." Yeah, that's when it dawned on me, especially like when Gilda brought it up. I started thinking about it. I said, "Yeah, you know what? I think you're probably right." McFisher said, "Did you send a letter to Big E's work to try to get him fired?" No, I wasn't trying to get him fired. I thought he was a jerk. He did some underhanded things to me. Keep that in mind, Mixter. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Oh, I'm capable of a lot of things. I'm capable of a lot of things. A lot of things that people don't think I'm capable of. You piss me off enough, man. It's just whatever mood I'm in at the time. If I feel I'm righteous about something, I'm going to do something I think is righteous. Let people know who you are. Regent says, could be worse. You could be completely obsessed with said person and spend all your time on YouTube trying to fit in. I'm not trying to fit in anywhere, man. I didn't lie to you about having children for over a year. Who are you talking about? It's having children. Huh? McFisher says, I didn't lie to about having children for over a year. I don't know if that was ever brought up. I don't know. Damn, that's 8,500 USD. Okay, yeah. Regent 5 says, I wasn't referring to you, Frank. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Hey, we're not all innocent of anything on here. The very fact that anybody's been on YouTube for a while, we've always done or said something that somebody ain't gonna like. But the difference is, were they deserving of it? I mean, that's the difference. Did they actually commit the crime, or what they said was so horrible about somebody? Proof is in the pudding. Did they say it? Like that complaint on me with Barry's girlfriend. Total bullshit, total made up. And I know a couple of people that was behind financing the lawyer for that. That's why they're lying to me too. That could be a combination of Vic Fisher and Big E on that one. I wouldn't be surprised. My mate Webby says, your mate Steve, okay, Frank. Okay, that's your title of your show, I guess. You keep on mentioning Steve. I'm wondering what the hell you're talking about. I nearly fell off my chair. Big E's 5 kids to 4 different women. Well, different strokes for different folks. Regent says, no, your boy Big Ego denied the honeycomb pregnancy. Laughed my ass off. Well, it's out in the open now, so. Classy guy, says Regent 6. Regent 6 also says, chump change, money well spent. Mick Fisher said, you said Gilda didn't tell you she had any children for over a year. Your words, you're correct. I don't lie. And I told you why. In the Filipino culture, if a woman is interested, a Filipino is interested in a foreigner, she's not going to lay all this shit out. Even Mick Fisher should know that. It's a no-brainer. They're not going to lay out all this information that they have children or not. They're afraid of losing the guy. They're not going to say shit. What they wait for, Mick, and you notice as a fact, that you get emotionally involved with them. Then they feel free to tell you because they figure they got you hooked emotionally, and she did. God bless her, but she did. You're right. She didn't. You're right. I did say that. I don't deny it. Okay, so then, okay. That is my words. You're right. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not a liar. Region 6 of Crow served big time. Big Bird says, McFish, did you first meet Orange Glow Dust? Oh, yeah, the Orange Glow Dust. That's Big E. Oh, my God, there's a story behind that, folks. We won't get into it. Okay. Yeah, the orange glow dust in Pina Love. That was with Big E. Oh, my God. Warthog says he's been locked up for about almost 3 years, really. Damn, I'd be furious losing that kind of time. Well, he is, but he deserves it. Viking Sun says if they could, they would try to hurt Frank in any way possible. Yeah, that's what they're all about. They were all behind us. Believe me, they were all behind Barry's girlfriend and Barry. Every single one of them. Every single one. Anybody that went to visit the jail cell was behind Barry. They were plotting and planning the whole time. How can I fuck up Frank? 17 months has gone by since his girlfriend put that complaint in. I'm still here. Nobody's coming to my door to arrest me. They have not made a resolution on this. Okay? There's something happening in the background I'm not going to talk about. I know what's going on. I'm not sharing it on here. I know what's going on exactly. Let's see. My mate Webby says, why did Brevis run? Possibly to avoid child support? You mean run from United States? Or, I don't know, is he still with his girlfriend with the kid here in the Philippines? I don't even know that. I don't know what he does. I just know he has a way of fucking things up. Mick says I got played. Hey, you know what? It wouldn't be the first time. If I was single, it wouldn't be the last time, Mick. I got played many times in my life. Probably so did everybody else. As it turned out well. That's all that matters, Mick. I got a steady woman. I guess you can't say the same. I can't go, unlike you, Mick, I can't go from woman to woman, man. I did that shit back in Seattle in the old days, especially after I divorced my wife. I was a definite player, for the most part, but then I really did want a serious relationship. And I met a good number of people that I thought would be really great for me, but it turned out they really wasn't as things progressed or regressed. I did have plenty of women. And you're right, the figure's real. It's about 120 women in my life I had. No exaggeration. I might have even left out a few. Because before I got married to her, of course I was, running around. After I was married and got divorced, fuck man, I was a free man. Sowing my oats, do whatever the fuck I want. And I did. They say I got lucky, whatever. I had some kind of charm. It wasn't money. It wasn't money. I had some kind of a charm to attract these women. I was never really rich, especially in Seattle. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no again. No way. I had something going for myself, Region 6 says, yet you're here, Mick. Frank living rent-free. There you go. Mr. Somebody's back. Hello, sir. 120 is a stud number. How do I know that figure? Well, from phone numbers I had. That's how I know the figure. I wasn't really counting how many women I've been with. I had phone numbers from that many women. And usually when I have a phone number from a woman, it's usually somebody I got together with. That's between living in New York and living in Washington State and living in Hawaii. For real. Yeah. My dick didn't see sunlight for a long fucking time. Okay, Webby says, has Shaw moved in with another foreigner? I don't know. You have to ask her. I don't even watch her show because I can't get there anyway. I believe I know the name of her show, but I can't seem to get it. But I saw, when I was able to get it, I saw that she said that she's single again, and that's just another plot or ploy or something. I don't know. I don't really fucking care. She's not exactly my favorite person in the world. Region 6 says, meanwhile, these guys all lost their houses in divorces. Yeah, I've heard that story. Yeah, I've heard that. Well, I didn't lose any houses on anything, I could tell you that. No, sir. I could definitely tell you that. Pinch a loaf. Yeah. Oh, flying circus. That's one strange individual there, man. That guy. He's like at least 80 years old. What a character he is. He would be someone you definitely want to meet. Just to kind of put it to the test to see if this guy's as fucking zany and bizarre as he is on YouTube. I'm pretty sure he probably is, maybe worse. I think he's the one that came up with the sperm nips thing. Pretty sick. Remember the thing about sperm nips? 14 aboard, 9 thumbs up, folks. 14 aboard, 9 thumbs up. See, I kind of came back for a reason. I just want to see reaction. You know, everybody's saying Frank will be on in 72 hours. No, it wasn't 72 hours, my friends. It was a lot longer than that. I came on just to get a reaction, man. I knew everything was going to resort back to where it was. I had to see it to believe it again. It made people just the blood flow a little bit better and fill their arteries, and they had something to live for and something to look forward to on YouTube. That's all I came back for, man. Reason says yes. FC Flying Circus is in his 80s, man. Yeah, he is. He spent hours every day talking to Fazio. Oh, yes, he did. He loved Fazio. I don't know what they did on cam, man. I don't think I really want to know. But there was something hot and heavy going on with that shit, man. There had to be. There had to be. Regent says highlight of Fine Circus month is a steak dinner at Denny's. That's what all these old dudes do. They all go to Denny's, but they go for the what do you call that? Before dinner, it's a discount meal. What they call that? Special, you know. Bastos Cult says toxic ego is threatening to file a case on Sweetskates over words, but says you shouldn't have filed charges. Well, I've covered that already. I covered that in great detail, that, yeah, it's okay for him to file charges, cyber libel, on Sweetskates, but it wasn't okay for me to file cyber libel on Barry. So, contradiction of some sort here, you think? Yeah. Region 6, let's not forget Stink Eye and a bingo hall. Yeah, it's all right for Big E to do that, but it's not right for me to do that with Barry. Like I said, you're not in my shoes. I guarantee you 100%, man. Either one of these guys, Mick Fisher or Big E, you damn know straight they'd have cyber charges on Barry, or they do worse. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Probably a lot worse. But they gotta figure something to talk about to try to down me and make me look like the bad guy. Well, I'm not the bad guy, certainly not on YouTube, and not in my personal life either, I'm very happy to say. People actually like me that know me off YouTube, and I really don't give a shit what people think of me on my YouTube. I wouldn't be back on. I don't give a shit. It's all entertainment to me. But I get to say what's on my mind, and I'm that kind of person. I love basically belching it out, if it's the truth. And if we know it's the truth, because we all seen the same, we all heard the same things that I did, then you're not lying, are you? Everybody heard the same thing. You can't be lying. My old saying is, eat shit, 100,000 flies. Can't be wrong. There you go. The whole Sweetskates thing is pathetic, right? Ego, Fisher, Ego's harem, Yachts, Popeye, all going after that handicapped woman, Sweetskates. Well, that is another thing, too. I mean, Sweetskates is not innocent, but she is handicapped, though. I mean, really. She don't, she can't help what she does. It's almost like a nervous tick with some people. Ever hear people with a nervous tick, they'd be saying, fuck you, or say something really nasty that they wouldn't have said if they didn't have that. Some mental illness, You got Easy Travel Guy. He's pretty messed up. A lot of people on here are pretty messed up. All these regular, they're all messed up. Not all. That's a little exaggerated. Listen to their shows. Listen to Jim. Hello, all you lovely people. Mike's Philippines retirement. Listen to all these people. They're all fucked up. Listen to Ricky. He's totally fucked up. I guess you just like the entertainment because, unfortunately, a lot of you all just don't have anything going on in your life. But yet you'll talk about my life, and my life is where I want it to be. If I wanted to travel more around the Philippines, I would. I just haven't figured a spot. Right now, I could travel all over the Philippines. This doesn't restrict me. I just haven't figured out where I really want to go. I mean, we banged heads on this. We went to Baguio, and we figured we'd figure that out because it was cool out there. We wanted to try that cool weather and the great produce they had out there. Yeah, I didn't stay there that long, but we did go there. But like I said on another show, that it's really hard to navigate in the Philippines from getting point A to point B. It's not like Thailand, right near borders and such. It's just not. The transportation system, you could be on 3 types of transportation that gets really expensive in the Philippines. Waste not, want not. Why overspend just to go to another town that has another beach? When I got very well talked about beaches within a 10-minute walk from me. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, really. Regent says, Mick Fisher said, you had your chance with Barry. Oh, of course he'd go with this. Of course you would, Mick. Face to face. You got embarrassed and set on a course of revenge. It wasn't revenge, Mick. No. It wasn't revenge at all. It was justice. There's a difference between justice and revenge. You got it mixed up. It wasn't revenge. If I wanted revenge, I'd meet up with Barry and beat the living shit out of him. It was justice I was after. Sometimes you need to pay the price. And he needed to pay the price because it wasn't just done to me. Everyone he didn't like on there, he called him a sexual predator, a pedophile. He didn't just call me that. He called, every time he was mad at somebody, he called him a pedophile. When he's mad at Biggie or anybody, I've heard he called just about every popular person on here a pedophile. The difference was, Mixter, is that he did it too often with me for maybe 3-4 years. I said I had enough. I did what I felt I had to do, that's all. Had my chance with Barry face to face. You got embarrassed and set on a course of revenge. Let me tell you something. That restaurant situation was a pretty interesting situation. I had just gotten back from Hawaii. The last thing I wanted to do was get to be sent out. Cameras, everything was there. Barry came with Hollywood. This Hollywood guy, big guy. Everything was planned with Ricky. They all lied. It was a planned event. Okay, I took the bait. Absolutely did. I fess up to that. I took the bait. But then, when I saw Ricky get on the phone, he was talking to somebody. It was probably Barry calling him again, saying, I'm almost there. Called back again. Yeah, I'm here now. I'm coming in now. Ricky was full aware what was going on. Full aware. Now, I was away from Gilda for about 14 months. Okay? 14 months. And I didn't need an event to send me back out of there, if you know what I mean, nor wind up in jail. I'm the one that got off my seat when I found out Barry was there. I'm the one. I'm the one that approached him. Barry did not approach me first. Okay? Gilda convinced me, nope, it's not a good time to do this. Another place, another time. But I figured Barry needed to be dealt with in a lot better way. Sure, I could beat the shit out of him, but wounds heal, and heals wound. Wounds heal. It's not good enough. What's good enough is spending almost 3 years in fucking jail. He could get a cut and it could heal. Right? You could break his bones and his bones could heal. Is it going to change the guy? No, he'll just go back and do it again. So I gave him a taste of his own fucking medicine. I put his ass in jail. And that's where he remains all this time, almost 3 years. I did what I felt I needed to do, and I stand behind that statement. Regent says ego is very thin skin. He requires affirmation from the community. So strange considering the types and the genre. Mr. Bill says big brrr messed up. Yeah, remember big brrr. Mr. Bill says they got him at immigration. Pounced on him. Who? Anyway. Region 6 says, Frank, don't take the bait. Don't take the bait, fish. We all saw it. Says we all saw it. I know you all did. We all saw it. Frank invited. Yeah, I said, tell him to come to the table. See how brave he was. I'm glad you remembered that. Thank you for backing me up on that. I did say that. He didn't want to come to the table. So I got up and I went to approach him. So let me finish your statement. Yeah, Frank won't take the bait, fish. We all saw it. Frank invited Barry to the table. And when Barry didn't move, Frank approached him. You made that comment as if Frank wasn't there, LOL. Regent says Frank approached Barry. Barry put his hand in his pocket. His right pocket is what it was. You're right. Probably for his knife, which he carries all the time. And he reached for an empty glass. He indeed did that. I'm glad you all saw that. Try to, tear those statements apart from Mick, from these people who actually saw these videos. Bentos Colt says, yeah, ego is a needy ego. Mikey J says, no one here will face Mick. Region 6 says, ego almost cried when Fazio stood him up. I know he was upset about that. He really was. Hurt his feelings. The great ego, nobody stands him up. God forbid. Ego thought he would be praised by the community. By interviewing Fazio and being stood up was so overwhelming for him. It kind of seemed that way. All right, back to Mick again. Frank said for years that he would risk anything to get his hands on Barry. The reality was that he chickened out. Oh my, get the messages back down here again. The reality was that he chickened out to the littlest guy in the jet. I didn't chicken out on nobody. Barry was lucky I didn't follow through. He's real lucky. He knows it. He knows it very well. But you see, Mixter, he brought a 325-pound guy with him. That if I was going to get into it with him, you're forgetting that fact, Brian Hollywood, whatever his name is. I talked to the guy on the side later on what do you call it? Messenger. That was his backup. And Ricky was not going to back me up. I'm not that stupid, Mick. I'm not that stupid. I know that the guy that came in the bar directly after him was a guy that Barry used to always meet up whenever he'd come into town because he didn't live in the Philippines. And Hollywood, him and Barry would get together, chasing tail and drinking all the time. So that was all planned by Barry to come there. But Barry would have never came on his own. There's no way in the world Barry would have came. So shut the fuck up, Mick. All you do is fucking lie. What is your problem with me, man? Damn. What is your problem, man? You're such a fucking liar, man. How do you get off on this shit? All right, you made your point. You don't like me. I don't fucking like you either, man. You're too much of a fucking liar. Too much of an ass kisser with the wrong people, man. Why were you hiding yachts, by the way? Christ, man. Why do you hide this shit? Anyway, it's time for you to go anyway. I gave you a chance to say what you had to say. I was nice enough about that, but it's time to go because it's all bullshit. All lies. You said what you need to say. I heard what you had to say. That's it. I told you what I had to say. There you go. You're out of here. Yeah. All these idiots stick together, you know. The Big Boys Club. The Big Boys Club. Lies, lies, and more lies. They all try to make themselves look squeaky clean, but they all got a past history, I'll guarantee you that. They all got a past history. Look what happened to Big E. on Facebook that time. He gave a told all story about one of his mates. Hey, I heard it, seen it, everybody else did. Am I lying? Am I lying? No, I'm not. There you go. Then, of course, like they do in politics, they try to throw all that bad shit. They try to sweep it under the rug and maybe nobody will talk about it again, Just like Ricky tried to do when he was making out, had his tongue down the throat of a man in a bar, said he got roofied. What's that there? Big, Popeye was besides himself when Frank was missing. I bet he was. Region 6 says, at Birch, these clowns have served so much crow the last couple of years they have to change the facts. Big Bird says, true that. Webby says, Popeye was besides himself when Frank went missing. Yeah, I was dead. I died, apparently. Region 6 says, Fisher, why do you hang with the predator, Big Ego? He really is a predator and a master manipulator. Whatever, two birds of a feather go together. What can I say? See, I don't go and attack and make Fisher, man. I complimented him on a few things. I don't say a lot of bad shit about Mick Fisher, and I never really did. I said good things and how he approached Ricky and how he was scared shit. Ricky was scared shit. I said that Mick works out and that's fantastic. That Mick cares a little bit better about his body than most people on here. He doesn't take these compliments though. He just wants to turn things around, see if something, he's trying to satisfy his mentor. His mentor is Big E. All right? They both got money. It's like the big boys club. With our money, we could do anything and conquer everybody. Don't mess with us. That's basically the general message. Using their wallets to get where they want to be. There you go. Could have said it better. Yeah. I don't know why he hangs with him, because he could. Maybe because they're both large sizes. They like to look very ominous looking when they walk down the street or something. What the fuck I know? I don't know. Whatever. I don't really give a fuck, really. Anyway, as to how long I'm going to be on YouTube, that's another question, because, I don't know, I came back, I said what I needed to say, and had a little fun, and kind of brought things to light that needed to be brought to light. Stirred the pot a little bit. They weren't waiting for that, of course. Of course they were waiting for me to do that. Hell, they were coming out of, I don't know, remission or something when I wasn't on. I mean, they were like, where's Frank? We gotta have him back. It's getting too boring on YouTube. I agree. And because I was listening to this shit, I couldn't agree more. There's nothing on there, man. I mean, there was nothing on there that caught my attention for any said period of time. Nothing. And I do mean nothing. It was the same people exercising the greatest redundancy that anybody could possibly do. Shit. I just couldn't handle it anymore, to be honest with you. I couldn't handle it. There were a few good shows on there I didn't mind watching, because these are pretty decent people, some of them. I don't tell you everybody I listen to, but there are a few shows out there. I think there's some cool people. Not as fucked up as these people, okay? There are buggers out there, so we can't put them all in the same club, Well, Mick, I'm sorry you don't like me, but you're not really hurting my feelings, man. Go on with your life, man, as well as myself. I can handle anything that comes my way, Mick. Always did, always have, all my life. Yeah, always did. I made my decision about something. I made it from moving from out of New York, from living in Washington State, 25 years, bro. Right? Then moving to Hawaii, 14 years. I did what I wanted to do. I accomplished what I wanted to do. But you ain't going to give me credit for that, are you? But I wasn't going to a country with my backpack on, Mick, like you. Sometimes in life, you got to settle down. Maybe it's not for everybody, Mick. You're not getting any younger. You're in your 60s now. Maybe it's time to settle down, find a good woman. Set you straight. You don't have to get involved with all the fanatics on YouTube and all the antics and everything on here. Go in a different direction, man. Make your own, music. Don't depend on what Big E thinks of other people and have to go along with him just to appease him. Really, I mean, come on. Regis says Frank proves to be a real pillar of the community. The genre died completely when he left for about 3 months, I think. It did die. I know, because I was watching. Big Birch says Discord died for 3 months without Frank. That's what I heard. It was dead. I only know what people told me because I'm not on Discord. And I'm being honest, I'm not on Discord. Never went to Discord. I tried joining years ago. I didn't know how the rest of it worked. How do I get to no idea? So I never pursued it. That was okay with me. That was A-okay with me. Okay, what else do we have to kind of sum this? Well, a good evening. We've got plenty of people here, 16 people. Right on. I might have some oatmeal. Who knows? Get more fiber. There's no steak or nothing, man. I eat good. I cheat now and then, but I'm becoming more and more aware. More and more aware. And that was kind of funny with Ricky, actually, because I got you beat on A1C. And I'm like laughing. You're full-blown diabetic. Full-blown diabetic, Ricky. Get a fucking clue, man. I mean, seriously. Maybe Fisher is making a move to Honest Abe. I hear she's available. She might be. Big Bird says McFish wanted to be Bummer's savior. Oh yeah, that's pathetic. He said they just want the attention. I think they're basically attention whores. Big E and McFisher, they're attention whores, like Popeye. They just want the attention. Look at me, look at me. I got more money than you, or I'm bigger than you. Okay. You are bigger than me. I'm pretty sure you got more money than me. But, what the fuck? I don't give a shit. I don't. That and 30 pesos get me on a strike ride. So sincerely, I don't give a shit. I don't give a rat's ass what anybody thinks about me. They don't control my world. They don't put food on my table. So I don't give a shit. I'll say what I want as long as I'm being honest. I have no problem with that. How about I sit on here and show up the show and just lie my ass off? No reason. I've never had a reason to. Big Bird says McFish definitely wants Abe. He had Sob. Same. I don't know. Whatever Mick wants to do, he does. As I said, I just don't give a shit. Am I supposed to? He can see whoever he wants. Don't affect me. Give it a few more minutes. I want to watch a movie or something. Yeah, our electricity is back on, by the way, if I didn't mention that. Thank goodness for small miracles, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm real happy about that. But don't make assumptions about anybody. Broke Frank. Well, like I said, Ricky said that, I personally see no proof that Ricky makes $8,000 a month. I've seen no proof of that. None. And again, what he does with his money is his business too, but Ricky can't talk because he's a pretty messed up dude, man. Physically, psychologically, medically. So where does money come into this? I'd trade all the money in the world if I was unhealthy as Ricky, or who claimed to have money anyway. If Ricky had that much money, why couldn't he fix his fucking teeth? He's got that big space on it. Mikey J. Hey Frank, I thought you loved Mick. You thought I loved Mick all this time. Made you think that. No, I could never be. First of all, I don't want friends from YouTube. Secondly, I pick my friends very carefully. I usually know after I meet somebody whether they make a good friend or not. I was suspicious of Mick with all this shit that was going on with Barry. And him and Big E and everything, they were trying to get me to drop the case. And it was never going to happen. Then he comes on my show tonight, the balls on this guy, brass balls, out and out lie. He said that him and, excuse me, he said that him and Yachts had a piece of paper and pen that they were to write something up that he was going to be offering me $1 million pesos to drop the case on Barry. Out and out lie. That never happened. Never happened. He tried to get me to talk a little bit. He made it pretty known, especially afterwards. We would communicate on Messenger for a short while anyway, not for a long time. He was coming a little bit belligerent with me because, and that's where it all started, when he was still trying to make that statement that Barry doesn't deserve to be in jail. Well, I disagree with him. I have the right to disagree. The difference is because it didn't happen to Mick. And the difference is with Big E because it didn't happen with Big E. All right? There you go. Let's see. At the moment, it's not on. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. The malware could have been on the PLDT. Excuse me. Because right now we're on the satellite. Yeah. And someone said, what did Ricky say to Frank? So poor that, I'm sorry, I had a little spoon of peanut butter. I had to drink some water. It sticks to my throat. What was Ricky saying? Ricky was saying that, Frank had to have his girlfriend's daughter pay the internet bill. Well, number one is her daughter has money. She's very successful, which she does. I mean, she's not wealthy. She does very well. She didn't want to wait for the internet to go on. She decided that she would pay. We didn't ask her for no money. We didn't ask her for any money. I said, why are you going to put that out? I didn't want to go back on the satellite, which shows PLDT. And yes, I could be thrifty with money. Why should I pay? Okay, excuse me. Here's the difference. If I was running a business or something, it was so important to have good upload speed and all that, then yeah, I could see having satellite. But they started off, which I thought was high anyway. You had to buy your own equipment. We own the equipment. Started off at 28, which I thought was ridiculously high. Then they raised it up 1,000. I said, no. They're going to wind up raising it again. I said, we don't need this. I don't have a business running. What the hell do I need satellite for? I'm not in the middle of a desert somewhere. I think I need more water. I love peanut butter, but Jesus Christ, it just sticks to my throat every single time. I don't have a business. Why should I pay 3,800 pesos a month? I do just as well with PLDT for what? What is it? 18. 2,000 less. Why should I pay more for something I don't need? Why would I do that? Kevin. Is Kevin on here? I'm sorry, I haven't looked at my comments. But Kevin, how's your knee doing, bro? How's your knee doing? And let's see what else. I'm missing comments. Mikey J says 1 million pesos is chump change for Biggie and Mick. Probably is. Basto says, Kevin, did you visit your kids? Big Bird says, Big Cabbage in the house. You still on the Ozempic? Mikey J says, credit to Big Kev. He lasted 3 months. Sodom and Gomorrah, Thailand. Region says, rumor is Popeye gets on all fours and smears peanut butter down in his crack and lets his dog in. I would not be surprised. Basto's cult says it was pathetic to see Kevin lose his money in the bars, then rely on handouts to survive until payday. Well, you do with your money what you're going to do with it, I guess. Big Bird says Big Kevin ran out of pot. The first month, it was begging hard. Well, he was, to be honest about it. He was begging pretty hard. I don't know, but the last time I seen Big Kevin, it looks like he gained a few pounds. And that's what happens to you back in America. You're going to eat a lot more. Also now, because he's got to take it easy on his knee operation deal, so he's going to be more sedentary, and that's not a good thing either. There's no choice about it, but Big Kevin is killing it, Region 6 says. I don't know what he's killing. I think they're all just killing themselves, their lifestyle, or what they eat. I'm surprised none of these people gotten killed by somebody, especially Ricky. It's bound to happen. Boy, I'm telling you, he has pissed off a lot of people, man. I think he has a death wish in a way. Well, not exactly a death wish. What I think with Ricky is that he knows his health is pretty fucked up. Sorry, I'm not in the kitchen. I gotta drink more water. But I think, this is what I come up with. I think he knows that he just can't get where he wants to be in the health area. You know, he's always going to be overweight. He's always going to drink. And I think he just gave up on himself. That's what I think. That's why he don't care what he says on YouTube. But he did meet up with Big Fish at that time. That was one example. That's just another one. There were other people he met up with. All of a sudden he tried to appease everything with somebody. But he took chances by approaching people, thinking that they weren't going to do nothing to him. He had a couple of close calls. I remember that, man. He had a couple of close calls in some malls and spaces that he ran into some vlogger that he was adverse with. He had some close calls. He got lucky. He knows it too. That Ozempic stuff will fuck up real good. No, Ozempic is not good. Oh, I hear some thunder out there. Region 6 says, Frank, I think you need to give Kevin some good old-fashioned diet and exercise tips. Well, it's just very simple, man. You know, keep your body moving. After his knee is healed up, he just needs to get out there and go for walks. And now that he's in America, he has to really, really watch two things. His diet. It's so important. Because he's going to go back to being 500 pounds again. Excuse me, it was 475. That's a lot. That's a hell of a lot. I don't know how he's alive today, to be honest with you, but it's unfortunate that stuff catches up with you. Now, I don't know if you guys know this or not. But if you've been predominantly overweight for a good part of your life, they say, and they, meaning I use that word loosely, they, who are they, the medical field, what I've read is that you probably already have damage. It's just a matter of time. It's unfortunate for Big Kevin because he's not going to stay away from the food and cookies and cakes and donuts and all that shit. He's back in America. Now, it was a great thing he was in Thailand or Vietnam because he was spending all his money. I mean, that was great, but when he spent all his money on the women just to have companionship, he didn't spend a lot of money because he couldn't. And he'd go to 7-Eleven, he was buying all that ramen noodles. And he was living off those ramen noodles, which is not good either, by the way, because it's high in salt, sodium. It's also carbohydrates. If you're not active and you're being very sedentary, and he was, he didn't go for no long walks when he was in another country. He didn't do that. No, he didn't. Yeah. Mr. Bill says I went full carnivore. For 18 months, it was all in good shape, but had injuries and inflammation after 2 months. The inflammation reduction was obvious. 12 months all gone. Yeah. Well, carnivore diet is actually good. Oh, hold on. I got a important message from my big. Hi, can't go there for now. Weather gone bad. Fuck! Hold on. Fuck. Fuck it, hold on. Shit, how come I can't get the message? Okay, can't get a message out here. Hold on. I'm actually on a messenger thing. Give me a second. Thundering. Try to get the vet to come here because he came into town here and he did have a lot of clients, but my dog has seemingly an inflammation in one of her ears. My dog has seemingly some inflammation in one of her ears, and I really wanted to get some ear medicine for her. But he hears a little thunder, and he's afraid to come from in town to here. Oh, give me a fucking break. Can't get a good professional out here. He doesn't even do operations on dogs. That's all they do. They dispense medicine. That's all they do. Or euthanize animals. That's all they do. They don't do x-rays. They don't do anything. You know. It's hard to find good service. That's for damn sure. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, I got to get off here because I want to talk to this guy. I've been on here long enough, an hour and 42 minutes. Thanks for showing up. If I'm going to be on again, you'll know about it. But, Mick, I think you get my point here. I'm not going to argue with you, man. I'm just not going to do that. You have your beliefs, I have my beliefs. That's all I'm going to tell you. Sorry we don't see eye to eye, but that's okay. I don't usually get friendly with people on YouTube anyway for friendship, so I'm not worried about it. Support Barry, do what you want to do. Kiss Big E's ass, whatever you want to do. I frankly just don't give a shit. I don't hate you, Mick. You're just not the kind of person I want to hang around. We don't see eye to eye on certain things. And no, I don't appreciate you lying that you came here with a fucking contract for $1,000,000 to drop the case on Barry. That's an out and out lie, and I want my viewers to know that. You're a liar, Mick, and that's another reason why I could not see myself communicating with you anymore, and why I blocked you on Messenger, and why I didn't want anything to do with you. Same as Brevis. I figured out what Brevis was all about. I wanted nothing to do with him. You lied, Mick. You lied many times. You did not come over with no goddamn contract, you lying piece of shit. That's all I have to say. It's over. Done. Get out of my fucking life, I'll get out of yours. Stop your fucking lying just to impress Biggie. Why do you feel you gotta impress Biggie all the time? Is he your daddy? Why do you gotta impress Biggie? Well. I guess Big Ego doesn't get off that track. Well, the first thing is, this is not USA. This is not America, it's the Philippines. I don't make the rules in this country. And you're comparing apples and oranges between me and Barry, I'll tell you that much. I still stand behind it. I think Barry needs to be in jail even longer, because it's not just me. Barry's history in the Philippines is very well known by just about everybody on here. He left a little legend, that's for sure. He left a trail of damage from everyone he's touched in his entire life. Big, I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. You got your own opinion. Go with it. I'm not changing mine. I don't regret what I did. I don't make the rules in this country. And again, this is not America. How go in America and how things go here are two different places completely. So put that in your pipe and smoke it a little bit there. And understand that because I don't make the law, I can't tell them what to do. And certainly as a foreigner, I'm not in any position to do so. You say that I lie and I got this big track record. Well, difference between me and you is a big difference. We're not just talking about height and girth. The fact is that anything I've ever said on YouTube was based on factual information from actual videos that people put out, what we saw and what they said. That's it. I don't make shit up. That's one thing I don't do. I tell it like it is. Not everybody wants to hear the truth. But I do put out the truth, and some people get very defensive. Bottom line. I'm not going to try to change your mind about anything. You're pretty much set. But again, you didn't really answer that question. Okay? If somebody called you a child predator, again, and I'll say this for the last time, and there's no need to discuss it anymore. Don't give me no bullshit that you wouldn't take action against somebody. Look what you're doing with Sweet Skates. She's disabled. She don't know what the fuck she's doing. You're putting a fucking lawsuit, and you're talking about me with the cyber libel case about Barry. What are you doing to Sweet Skate? And Sweet Skate, she's disabled. She don't know what the hell she's doing. What do you say about that? You never really talked about that, did you? So it's so easy for you and yours to put a case against her, a disabled person. You're not Mr. Righteous, I will tell you that straight on. But yet it's not right for me to put a cyber libel case against Barry. Don't make any sense. You're not making any sense. The majority of people on here absolutely agree with me. They absolutely agree with me. If you had to do a consensus, or census rather, people would agree. People have dealt with him. People have seen his videos. They have heard him for, probably about 10 years. Probably right about 10 years. I still stand behind what I did. I'm very satisfied with what I did. And revenge? No, revenge is when Barry got his girlfriend to put a phony complaint against me to gain revenge because he needed his caretaker. He needed a girlfriend that was going to be there to feed him, to help him, and with this false notion that there could be some kind of a future for them two, which they never would have been able to. Barry can even support himself, nevertheless somebody else. I think you know that. That's the bottom line. Look, I don't care what you think. You have your opinion, okay. I'm not going to say I respect your opinion. I don't agree with it. But you're never going to see my side, ever. Because, see, the big ego, that's why they call you the ego, because you're never wrong. But you try to impress upon people that you're always right, even when you're not. I don't know what your trip is, man, but I'm not on vacation on that trip. I don't believe in your train of thought whatsoever. And I got a lot more people that would go along with me and thank me, which they did, that I had the balls to do something about this creep. I have absolutely no regrets about it whatsoever. Even if his girlfriend did put a complaint against me, it was a bullshit complaint, and all this bullshit that you or whoever did not finance her in any form or way because she did not have any financial supporters. She did not have any financial supporters. Her family didn't help her. They actually didn't want to help her. They knew enough about this guy to know that this was not a successful relationship. It was just going to lead to heartache. But of course, the good woman that's involved with Barry is a daughter, a sister, etc., a family member. And nobody wants to go against a family member. They didn't want to see him get hurt. That's why they did not back up financially her. They saw no future. She lied to them about where he was. She said that he was back in America working, whatever. There's only one or two people in the family that even knew that Barry was in jail, but she didn't want to tell the rest of the family. That's what went on. It was an embarrassment. Something called saving face. You know the score on that. Yeah, I heard your show, Biggie. I heard your show. You got my attention, and now you got mine. Believe in what you're going to believe. I honestly don't give a shit. It doesn't change my day in any form or way. So enjoy yours, and I'll enjoy mine. And don't give me that bullshit you weren't behind all this bashing of me and all that crap. You know, for a grown-ass man, you have an emotional level of probably a 6-year-old. You may be a big guy in size and girth. You may have some level of intelligence or intellect over some people on here. But somehow there's a part of you that just doesn't get it. Because you don't want to get it. Because the big ego has to be right. When you went over Fazio's that time, he hurt your feelings. Because the big ego's got to have his way. And when Fazio didn't want to come out and deal with you, and you went a considerable distance to see him, and he refused to deal with you, that was a choice he made. He should have respected it. But you got like a crybaby on this. You made a big thing about it because he hurt your feelings. Because the big E has to have things his way. You got to be the one in the spotlight. You got to be the righteous one. And when Fazio came along, when you came over there to Bahal, to Panglao, for nothing, it pissed you off, didn't it? Because the big ego is used to getting his way. And when he don't get his way, you cry like a baby in your own way. Then you get sour. You become a sourpuss and you start attacking people. Because it's not okay for somebody to have their own belief system, to have their own train of thought, their own morals and values. It has to be yours. Well, life doesn't work that way, big ego. You got nothing on me as far as character. I don't care how much fucking money you or Mick has. I don't give a rat's ass. That's your money, not mine. What you do with it is your business. And how you control people with your money. It's pretty obvious to every single one of us out here all these years what's going on with that. I would tend to think that if you had no money at all, well, finish the rest of the sentence, folks. If you had no money at all, you could fill in the blanks on that. I don't have to go there, so I think people understand exactly what I mean. Where would you be in life if you were poor? No. Fill in the blanks, folks. Fill in the blanks. Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's that money that you use as a controlling tool to get what you want, to have your way, and you think that money gives you respect. You don't get respect from money, sir. You get respect by giving respect. Money in a wallet does not make you the master cylinder, like the new name for you from the Felix cartoons, the master cylinder. You think you're the master cylinder. I like that name. Or should we call you the master blaster? Which sounds better? It's up to you folks. The master cylinder or the master blaster? The truth is, Big E, in my own opinion, you'd be nobody if you didn't have any money. You try to use your money as a form of leverage. Like, look at me, I'm able to travel. Well, your company pays for most of it, except on your personal time and travel. That's your money. But if you didn't come from a wealthy family and you didn't have any money, you'd be no better than anybody on here, on any troll, no better than any troll on here. But for you, and like other people in this world, which is we're all aware of, Trump, people like that, they all use their money for power. It's their power source. Without that money, you'd be nobody. Nobody. You could use your money to, shall I say, remedy a situation that needs to be remedied. When a sword is being held over your head in a situation, fill in the blanks. Little money, pay off. It's all good. Everybody's happy. Isn't the way it works in real life? Well, this is real life. It's real life. Your money is your tool. Carpenter has his hammer and saws, you got your wallet. Because you're a narcissist in your behavior. That money has power, no different than Trump. Of course, you don't have his kind of money, but Trump uses his wealth to control other people. Well, sir, you've never controlled me. You will never control me. That's just not going to happen. Now, I suppose you're going to support the theory of what Mick Fisher said, that he came with a contract to pay me $1,000,000 and that's why he took Yat so long. And you think I'm going to buy that story? You said nothing about that, did you? I figured out that Mick was on a mission. And of course, my girlfriend kind of saw through this a little before I did. Maybe my brain cells are not as sharp as hers being older, but I agree with her. And I said, you're right, now that I think about it. He came here because he was on a mission, but not to go offer me $1,000,000 fucking pesos, because nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to pull out $18,000 to $20,000 for me to change my mind about getting Goober out of jail, or not putting a case on him, rather. There's nobody that's going to put that money out. And if he did come over with a contract, he didn't tell me, and I would have refused it. Payment to me was not money. Payment to me seemed to pay the price. This is not the USA. This is the Philippines that have their own laws. He broke the law. 10175, RA code. You forgetting that? You know everything. He broke the codes out here. You admitted it, and that he pleaded guilty. But yet you're still supporting him. Which is it? You're kind of confused. Either support Barry or you don't support Barry. And what did you say? Oh, so Barry called me some names. He sure as hell did, but the one name, a pedophile, a child predator, which I'm not, that's all it took. It's a very powerful word. Very powerful word. For 4 years, I may have called some people names on here. I didn't spend 4 fucking years with any individual, calling them such a fierce name. If it applied and it was true, I'd say it out loud or prove it. But I still say you don't call anybody that name. And most of my viewers that follow me agree with me on that. Because we've talked about this time after time after time. He belongs where he is. I still stand behind that. Okay. Well, I'm not a Trump supporter. You mean I don't have that right to believe in what I believe in or who I feel made a better president or could be a better president or how I feel about Trump? In other words, you're trying to take my rights away from me. You want to have your beliefs, it's your way or the highway. That's not the way it works. That's the way you'd like it to work. Trump is a chump. He's the worst thing that ever happened to the United States, ever. He's the worst president ever. Even above Biden. Biden wasn't great. I wasn't a big Biden supporter. But Trump truly was, or is still, a very nasty person, a very manipulative person. He's a capitalist with a capital C. He don't care about the American people. He cares about his industries. He cares about his wealth. That's Trump, the guy you probably voted for. Make America great again with the MAGA hats. Well, have you seen all the internet stuff on Trump? His approval rating has tanked. It's gone so far down. A lot of people are sorry that they ever voted for the guy. He's not mentally well. In fact, the ego says that I'm not mentally well. Well, do you ever look at your own psychology? You're a grown-ass man making these stupid comments about me, unfounded. You go over the fence, you jump back and forth with not just me, but a lot of people on here. You can't put yourself in a position where you don't go back and forth. One day you're believing somebody, the other day you're against them, or supportive or non-supportive, and you're like 60-something years old. What's with that? But no, I don't agree with you, big ego. And people call you big ego for a reason, because you do have a big ego. You got a huge ego. It goes along with your size. What do you have, like a size 20 shoes? It's not easy being a big man. It's not easy being green, said Kermit the Frog. Can't be easy being you, because I don't know how you live with yourself, to be honest with you. And you know exactly what I'm talking about on that when I say how do you live with yourself, with some of the things that you do, that you have done. How the fuck do you live with yourself? I don't know how. You have all the money in the fucking world, but it's not going to make you a sterling character. That's my opinion. Not at all. Money does not solve all problems. In fact, it could cause more problems having a set amount of money. Look where it got you. Remember you on Facebook? You going to deny that? That you never said what you did about somebody you know very well? And you were very much against this person that you knew very well and supposedly loved or revered? What happened with that, Big? You don't want to talk about that, do you? No, you're a liar. You have a way of smoothing things out, and I think you understand what I mean when I say smoothing things out, making everything amicable, that everybody's happy, right? Yeah, you have a way of doing that. Something talks very loudly. Let's guess what talks very loudly. It always does. It's key. It's key. This item speaks extraordinarily loudly. And it can resolve all problems. That's why people with money, they figure they're empowered. They feel they have the special right to make judgment on people. Oh, don't fuck with me because I got money. I could do this, and I could do that, and I could do this too. Well, to a point you can. Money is not a solve-all, and it truly does not buy love. It doesn't buy love. It may keep people close to you because maybe there is a certain amount of dependence or codependence. It does happen. It's really for somebody to ascertain whether or not somebody's with you because it's real love or it's for support, financial. A lot of people go through that. Unfortunately, a lot of women are with men for that financial support. And the guy tells everybody it's love when it's more of a controlling situation than anything. With the money, you can control people. They're all like puppets, and you're the puppeteer. Yeah, money does attract people. It certainly does. Nothing new about that throughout history. It always has. It always will. I play things differently because I don't want to be in a relationship for convenience. I'm not a wealthy man, so it's not my money. I'm very happy to report that I can speak for myself. I'm not in a relationship that has anything to do with money because I've never been rich, I've never been wealthy. I know that the person I'm with is with me because she actually has feelings. She actually has a love for me. How much is that worth on paper or otherwise or in cash? You can't put an amount on that for true love. Not because you're in a relationship because you have money and people become your dependents. Sure. Go for the comfort. Hell, if I was a woman, I'd do it. If I was in a desperate situation, I certainly would. Why not? If a guy's willing to support, if I was a woman, a guy's willing to support me, and you come from poverty, fuck, go for the ride, man. You go for the ride. Get to travel, 5-star dinners in restaurants. Shit, yeah, if I was a woman, I'd be with a man like that. Life's good. Or life becomes good. I think I'm painting a very clear picture of what I'm talking about here. I don't envy you, sir. Travel? Yeah. I wish I would have done some good traveling. That's about it, sir. That's it. There's nothing about you otherwise I envy whatsoever. And that's about the sum of it. Keep your beliefs and I'll keep my beliefs. You're not going to change my opinion about Barry. I'm happy as a clam on a beach on a sunny day in July with a gentle breeze and with a lovely clam mate at the same time. I stand behind everything I did with this guy. And again, at the risk of repeating myself, it wasn't just me. He has hurt a lot of people, but you don't want to mention that. A lot of people were taken for their money. Some women were physically hurt. Some women admitted they were hurt by him. So if it's happening to the victims and they spoke out about it, which some of them did, if they were taken advantage of, like one of his girlfriends did, his last one before the one that just broke up with him, supposedly, she came online and she said it. That I became an ATM machine to this guy. He'd call me only when he needed something for booze and cigarettes. He'd find out, she said, where I was at the moment, whether it was at a friend's, whether it was his family, and he'd take his motorcycle, travel all the way up there just to get money from her. And this is not the first woman he did it with. So don't talk to me about morals and values and all that shit, because you don't have any big ego. You have none whatsoever. And you know what I'm talking about. There's a broad picture out here of everything you've done that I don't approve of. But that's your thing. I don't have to approve of your lifestyle, and you don't have to approve of mine. Nobody's holding a gun to each other's head to do anything in life. You make your own choices. They're not always the wisest choices. And you're very narrow-minded. You don't want to see the whole picture because you don't want me to be right. When you know I'm right, you just can't admit it because you'll never go that distance to do so. You know the guy's wrong in everything he did. I don't need to reinforce this anymore because everybody knows that. It's not just what he said to me. I helped a lot of people out that were victims of this guy by getting him in jail. You know, 1 day for immigration. But then you graduate and said, oh yeah, that's right, but he did plead guilty to 5 charges of cybercrime. Okay, you admitted that. So what's the beef? Where's your beef with this? Did he or did not do that? The man even admitted. Did I put a gun to his head? No. So what are you mouthing off about? He belongs where he is. I think he's going to be here a hell of a lot longer. I did a lot of people a favor that didn't have the balls to go the distance that I did with this guy. And I've been thanked by numerous people who just either didn't have the resources, didn't have the balls to do it. I did it where nobody else could. What do you think about that? That ends that topic with me. I'm not doing any more responses to this. I think I made my point. Do your thing, sir. I'll do mine. And with that being said, I'm going to end this live. And what happens to Barry, I just really don't give a shit. He made his bed, now he's got to lie in it. Lie. Always lie. Get the word, underline it. Lie in it. He's not a really nice person in any formal way. And you cannot excuse what he's done to people, not just me. Oh, it's just a few words that Barry sent to me and I had to send him to prison. You still don't get it, do you? Or you just don't want to get it. You just don't want to see me being right. I'll say it again, and I didn't want to say it again. You are not in my fucking shoes. I know damn well what you would do if you were in my shoes, so stop being a hypocrite. I don't think you'd appreciate being called a fucking pedophile. Repeatedly. You are working. You wouldn't want your reputation to be marred by people thinking that you were a sexual predator, would you? I don't think so. And I don't think you stand back on that either. So what the fuck are you talking about? You admit Barry's wrong, but he still doesn't deserve that. Well, oh, that's Big Ego's opinion, because you don't like me. You're not going to be pro-me. Despite everything that guy did, you're still supporting him, which tells me a lot about your character. Knowing everything he's did to people. Yeah. So what do you say to that? Well, I'll end this now. I want to wind down for the night. Thank you very much. I heard your show, and you're still lying through your teeth. You're still lying. Oh, what you did to people in 10 years. Well, what I did to people, as you put it, and the way you word it, not a goddamn thing I've ever said on my show that wasn't truthful, other than saying I was in Mactan when I was still back in Hawaii. That was a lie. It was a test, though. Nevertheless, I base what I say on what I hear on somebody's show as being factual because I've seen it and I've heard it. And if it involves that person, if I've seen their show, they said or did what they did on their show, audibly and visually, I can make a righteous assessment that this person is not cool. If I heard it with my own ears and seen it with my own eyes, I can make that judgment based on fact, not on hearsay. There you go. Yeah, I'm not going to be on too much longer here. Big Ego put a show on and basically addressed to me, and he was still supporting Barry and saying that I'm like this evil demon pretty much on here. Well, you think of a lot of shit that Ego has done to people too. He still adamantly says he was not behind the financing of the complaint that was put against me by Barry's girlfriend. I don't believe that for one fucking minute. He used to even visit Barry at the jail cell in Mandawi. Don't tell me he wasn't in cahoots with Barry. He just don't want to show it on a surface level, but behind the scenes, you have no idea how far he's gone with Barry. Money he's given Barry. Possibly money that he's given to Barry's girlfriend to put the complaint. He says, me and Mick had nothing to do with that. I know that as a fact, he said. Yeah, we believe you, like I believe anything else you say on here. Like the lies, like Mick lying, that he had a contract. That was the best yet I've heard in a while. Yeah, they're going to come over with a million peso contract to get some bum to prevent him from going to jail and being convicted. Yeah, like somebody was going to put together 18 to 20,000 US dollars, approximately approximately a million pesos, that him and his girlfriend Yats were going to come over there to Bantayan to see me, that Mick stated, with pen and paper, to have me sign a contract saying I was not going to put a case against Barry. That was a crock of shit, if I've ever heard. I've heard a lot of shit on YouTube. Anyway, I came on to say what I needed to say. I came on YouTube after 3 months of being off to say what I needed to say. I think I made my point. Not going to agree with you, Big Ego. Never will, never did, never going to happen. I'm happy with Barry being where he is. He deserves everything that happened to him and more. I'm not going to change my opinion. Money does not solve everything like in your world, Eric. Money solves all your problems, right? You get what you want with your money, right? You get things kind of smoothed over when things are rough. When you got rough seas out, you want to make some placid waters, right? The wallet does it all, right? And everybody's happy around you. Put that money out, everybody's happy. No matter what happened, money can appease the beast in people. It's all about money. It's always been about money. Out of curiosity, how much have you spent? About 400. About 400. It might be less than that. I'm estimating about 400. It's not more than that, I can tell you that. I think realistically, maybe about 350, but I'm just kind of stretching it out, say about 400, in case there's something I missed on there, some motions or whatever. I would probably say on a baseline was about 350. High line would be about 4. Yeah. I think I spoke about this before. I think you even asked me. I'm not sure about that. Well worth it. Every peso was well worth it. Well worth it. Even more. Almost had a second case on him for his threats, but they had to be separate. It was one thing or the other, or both. The cyber libel, but the threats. There was a second case about to be put against him, too. He's lucky he wound up where he is right now. Because he'd be doing a lot of time between two of these things. Imagine 2 court cases. One for calling me a pedophile. And one for threatening my life. Shit. He made out like a bandit. He just doesn't realize it. Yeah. All right, man, I'm going to wind up on an evening here. I was actually watching kind of a boring movie, actually, but I saw Big E's show. I thought I would react to it, and why not? He needs the attention. He's got to be the center of attention on YouTube, of course. I don't abide by your rules and beliefs, Big Ego. I just don't. Face it, not everybody's going to kneel down to you because you have money. I'm not one of them. That's going to bow down to you for anything. I have my own belief system and I stick to it. If I feel I'm right about something, I'm going to stick to that. Your opinion is not going to sway me, and supposedly, which is a bullshit story, mixed effort to offer me money to drop the case against Barry at the time. First of all, I don't believe the story. That was total bullshit. Nobody's going to give me no million pesos for one goddamn thing, just like they wouldn't give Barry money to pay the court appointed, the court ordered fines and penalties where I was going to be involved getting 250,000 from him. Why would they offer me $1,000,000 at the time to drop the charges when they won't even help Barry out because they're upset that they don't want to see me making any money? Yeah. Is that inclusive of the defense for the mess you're currently in with Big BI? I haven't spent anything but some motion money on that. I didn't have to retain him for that. This is a complaint. It's not a criminal case. It's not, if anything, it should be civil if she really believes her civil rights were broken, whatever. It didn't even qualify for civil. As my lawyer said, that if anything was even believable on her complaint, it was more of a civil complaint it should have been from her than anything else. I'm a loser said that Barry hit me up a few times recently for 2,500. He hit you up. No, he asked you, is what you're saying. I don't think you gave Barry $2,500. Oh, Mark. Oh, is that Catley? Finally found your channel. Knew you were back, but couldn't find. Well, you're really not Mark Catley. You're the guy that was kind of making believe you were Mark Catley, whatever, because you didn't like Mark. Are you that one? That's what I meant. He asked me, and I told him no. Yeah, he was hitting up a lot of people for money to get out of there. But he's just going to stay in there longer as long as he don't pay. He'll always owe the money to the court and me. But they're not going to let him go at all until he pays that, especially the court. And he just made the situation worse because it's double jeopardy that, first of all, he's going to be permanently deported from the Philippines when the time comes with a permanent blacklist. But if they wind up deporting him, he's still going to owe that money to me and the court. And you'll know that that blacklist is going to be even blacker than ever. That there'll never be even a minuscule chance of him ever seeing the Philippines ever again. He's in that position right now. There you are, Mark. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while there. Yeah, we've been doing numerous shows. I've been off YouTube for over 3 months, and it was a pleasure. Pardon me. Yeah, everybody thought I was dead. The rumors were going around I was dead, or I got deported, or I was jailed, or some shit like that. I never went anywhere. Right here. Haven't been anywhere. I'm not in Malaysia. That was all speculation. That I was going to go to Georgetown or Penang. Oh, the rumors were flying. They were flying like dust in the air. I'm dead, or this or that. It was funny as hell. Viking Sun says Trump is preparing a stimulus check before holiday. He's not preparing nothing. It's all rumor. There is no stimulus check going to anybody. And if you read it on the internet, there's been a lot of stuff going on like that. If you ask Chat GPT or any other information resource, AI or otherwise, it's all information that's just being put out to no avail. Trump is not giving anybody a stimulus check. That's not going to happen. Whatever you got in the past, consider yourself lucky. But Trump is not giving up any money. I don't know where you got that information. Wish it was so, but that ain't going to happen. Hi, I'm going, so I'm both bored and I'm tired. I think I made my point to the big ego. I have nothing more to talk to him about. This could very well be my last show. If you don't hear me on tomorrow morning, I usually get up early and I do a show because I'm so fucking bored because I get up before the birds even get up. If you don't hear me do a show in the morning, then there's a chance I'm probably not doing any shows at all. I'm just playing it by ear. It felt good being off when I did. It was nice just being a fly on the wall. But I knew when I came on I was going to stir up a hornet's nest. That's exactly what happened. All of a sudden, everything awakened. YouTube became alive again. Imagine I had that effect on people. I make their day, I make their month, I make their year. Isn't that incredible power? It certainly is. That being said, good night, good morning, no matter where you are. I'm glad I had the opportunity to kind of like tell it like it is on my own show. Truth is out there, my friends. You just got to find it. But you just can't submit yourself and be submissive to the creeps out there that want to empower you with their money or their train of thought, which is usually a lie anyway. If you had to believe half the shit that's on fucking YouTube that people have said about each other, then you're awfully gullible. I can tell you that. Thanks for the ice cream cone and the hearts, whoever's sending me that. Barry, are you listening, bro? How's the weather there? We had a little bit of thunder and lightning earlier. I guess it might be a system moving in like they're talking about. I'm sure you'll be fine. Just fine, like a June bug. Like a fine southern June bug. You're a tough man. You're a tough cookie to crack. You're used to prison life anyway. You spent a half a year in Alabama, so you got your training wheels. And yes, Big E, I will stand by this till the day I die. He belongs in jail. Hopefully he stays in there longer. I don't regret decisions I made. In fact, I'm quite proud of myself that I stuck to my guns where nobody else could or had the balls to do it. I'm done tonight. Nighty night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And don't let your wallet be too tight. Remember, money does not buy everything, does not buy you a true relationship. Maybe there are relationships out of dependence out there. That never happens, does it? It's not love. It's about money. It's about money. When things are good, you want to be on that glory train. 5-star dinners, nice condo, whatever. Why not? I would. If I was a Filipina,